Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Loaded Odd, how are you? JJ, how are you tonight? And American Princess, I'm doing good, thank you. Don't Dove, how are you? Hey CJ, how are you? Princess Megan, you doing okay tonight? Hey Illusions, how are you? Alright. Email's pinned to the top of the chat if anybody needs to get in touch with me or send anything to me. Cherokee Raider, how are you? Hey Heaven Stars, how are you? Princess Megan, I'm doing good. I had to take allergy medicine today too, girl. It's been crazy weather down here. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to take my shoes off. Big Al, how are you? Hey Cujo, how are you? Big Al, did you get your chat to work right now? Hey Izzy, how are you? Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I'm doing here. 1 second. Okay. You think so? Let's see. Could be I've not rebooted this computer since like March. Aren't you supposed to do that like ever so often? Rapper, you're more than welcome to stay as long as you behave. Hey Tony, how are you? Hey Tina Marie, how are you today? Hey Dub, how are you? See you later, how are you? Yeah, y'all make sure y'all hit that thumbs up. I'm trying to get everything around my desk situated. It's a complete mess right now. Cammie, how are you? Hold on one second, y'all. Hey, Roger, how are you? Cammie, yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. All right. I'm gonna throw the link out early tonight. Anybody wants to come up, just have a conversation about the Kohberger stuff going on. Just want to make sure that uh, whoever comes up on panel, let's just kind of keep it on topic tonight, if y'all don't mind. We actually had a really good panel last night. I kind of want to continue the conversation. Sally Mae, I saw that. It's already starting up in the Gulf, and today was the first day of the season. Let's see, when Bryan Kohberger is out of prison. Wait. Okay, well, since rapper can't be good, then rapper needs to be blocked. Hey, Casey, how are you? King Scarlet, how are you tonight? How are you?
Hello. You'll have to let me know if there's background noise. It's my fan. It's like Africa hot in my place tonight.
I don't hear it.
Cool. Because if there was, I would have had to say, have a nice night, because there's no way I'm shutting this son of a bitch off.
No, I wait, hold on. No, I don't hear it.
Oh, sweet.
Hey, Nina. Yeah, I have to cut the ones off on my computer, or cut the ones on my computer down because my mic is right next to my tower. But I have my other fans going here because I can't run the air conditioner at night when I'm live because it's too loud.
Oh, okay.
Casey, I'm doing good, thank you.
Did you see they caught that guy in Boston, that SA serial?
Was that the one that was a lawyer?
Rapist? Yeah.
Yeah, I seen
15 years.
Yeah, I seen that.
That was a good catch, man.
Yesterday, I think I seen that. It was like a spree of incidents that had happened.
The whole town was like on lockdown for a long time because they had no idea what was going on, and they got his ass.
Oh wow.
DNA, baby.
Yeah. Rich, today is your birthday?
Yes, say it's your birthday.
If it is, happy birthday. I haven't. I'm trying to look on my calendar because I haven't taken the month of May off. I don't know if I've got his birthday on there or not. Well, Rich, happy birthday.
Tony, I wish it was as cold as Nancy Grace's heart in my house. It is so friggin' hot in here. I turned off my AC before I left this morning. And I was gone all day and most of the evening. And when I walked in, the thermometer on the wall said 108.
Oh my God.
So I think I got it down to about 100.
Oh wow.
It's really hot.
Yeah, it was like 90 here today, but the humidity makes it bad.
Well, I'm on the third floor,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an old building, so there's no attic. You'd have to look at the building, you'd understand. But there's no space between the ceiling and the outside, really. With black shingles and the sun shined all day, it just was cooking in here.
Oh my gosh.
So me and my fan, we're really good buddies right now.
Hey Gigi, how are you? Hey No Way, how are you? Let's see. Wait, Claudette, you're saying you two, are you saying it's your birthday? Let's see, what is autocorrect not like me? Capitalize and B for birthday. Yeah, autocorrect sucks. Big time.
Me and autocorrect don't get along. I send a lot of text messages that people think are in another language.
Because of autocorrect.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, and I hired a bartender, and they showed up on their first day.
Oh, I seen you put that in the chat. I know you're happy.
Yeah, I was pretty happy. We'll see how it goes.
Hey, Riddler, how are you? Brad, how are you? Let's see. Just want to make sure I'm catching everybody as they are coming in. And anybody who wants to grab the link, y'all are more than welcome to come up and join in on this whole conversation, because I'm still just like on a rant about everything that is going on with this case.
Well, it's a circle jerk right now.
Right.
I'm confused by what Sleuthy posted today.
Oh, let me go, because I tried to look at it earlier when you told me that she had posted something, but
it's
I didn't
another warrant. It's
see
another
it.
warrant directed to Snapchat, but they're not specifying who.
Wait, where did she post it at?
On
Twitter, right?
I want to say it was on YouTube.
Was it on her?
Hang on a second. No, it wasn't YouTube. It was Twitter. So let me find it.
Sunset Gazing, how are you? Hey, P Fox, how are you? Glowbug, how are you tonight?
I don't know if she retweeted something from Nerdy.
Okay, let me go back. Agape Love, how are you? Because I just looked on her Twitter. I don't see it on Twitter.
It was up here earlier.
But I did see something else that she put. Well, no, that one's still there. The
heck?
The one where she posted the never before heard interview.
Yeah, that one.
But I seen where she posted that on YouTube also. But I don't want to play that. I mean, she literally just posted it, and I know she wouldn't probably care. But I'm gonna wait if I do for at least 24 hours out of respect. I don't see anything else on her Twitter, though.
I wonder if she found out maybe that wasn't real.
Well, I can now. Let me get back on my YouTube chat over here.
Because I know it was attached to her, and it was either YouTube or Twitter, and I'm not seeing it.
Okay. Hey, Lady V, how are you?
Let me pull up my history.
There was some documents that was dropped today. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was 6 of them. One of them is for Snapchat, but it wasn't. I don't think it was a warrant.
Yeah, this was a warrant, and I kind of read through it, and I thought, well, we'll pull that up tonight and talk about it, because something about that doesn't make sense.
Because this is the one that was dropped today that I have pulled up here. Let me make sure let me do it like this where everybody can see it a little bit better. It was a thing where I'd went over the documents when they first dropped, and that was when they had like the big document dump, and it was showing like all the search warrants and everything. But this one here was dated yesterday, and it's just basically Megan Marshall keeping the affidavit in support of the search warrant is still sealed. The search warrant and receipt and inventory be redacted, and then the order will remain in effect until further order of the court. And it's basically, whenever you go down, it's because it was supposed to stay in motion until June the 1st, and it was dated April the 18th. So she just went through today or yesterday and kept it all sealed. And it was the same thing that we had went over before.
No, this was new.
Okay.
I'm sure of it. It was two images. Because I was clicking back and forth between them. You know what? I'm just gonna DM her. Go ahead and keep talking, and I'll DM her and find out.
But yeah, I mean, that's all it was. There was one for AT&T, Google, Reddit, Snap, Strava, and TikTok. And the Strava thing was for his when he was out running and he was tracking, I guess, his progress or whatever. Hey, Brooklyn, how are you? And you can actually go make a Strava account. Eliza, how are you? And you can search for Bryan Kohberger and you can pull up his account.
Okay, what is Strava?
It's like whenever you like people who run, they will have an account that tracks their running.
Oh, okay, I get it. Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Leah, how are you? Titanium Build, how are you tonight?
Boy, if they don't show this trial, God, that's just gonna be like torture.
Brutal. That's what it's gonna be. We're all gonna freak out.
Let's see. Sleuthy's Twitter showing only one thing posted today, and it's not a warrant. I want to say that there was something else that I seen on her Twitter today that's not there now.
Yeah, I just DM'd her. I have a funny feeling that she found out that maybe that wasn't legit. Because she's real quick about pulling shit down if it ain't straight.
Okay.
And she usually doesn't post it until she's corroborated it. But what I was looking at looked like a real document.
Okay.
So I'm curious as hell.
Vapor, how are you?
We'll see how busy she is. She usually answers me right away.
I did see where she says she had been sick for a few days. Let's see. Sleepy did a video today, but it wasn't her video. It was a clip of other videos, but it made it sound like it was never before seen. I did watch that one. It was the interview, and it was and if y'all haven't seen it, I can grab her Twitter link real quick and drop it if y'all want to go watch it. But it's basically an interview, I guess, from one of Bryan's, I think he was one of Bryan's friends from high school, was saying that some of the stuff that Bryan, like that people are saying about him, is not true and all this and that. Okay. I wonder, did she post it on her community page on Facebook? I mean, not Facebook.
Leah says it's in YouTube too.
Okay, let me.
I know it was Twitter. I have it in my history, but when I pull it up, it says page not found.
Yeah, she must have deleted it. But let me go to
she pulled it down.
Her YouTube thing. No, she hasn't posted anything on her community page in a month. Glowbug, thank you so much for being a member for 30 months.
And for the people in the room, Sleuthy is an awesome follow on Twitter.
Yes.
I mean, she is outstanding. The chick, I say it a million times, I'm infatuated and in love with her mind. She's just brilliant. She's really, 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 really effing smart. And she works a lot with Nerdy Addict, who is also really, really, really smart. So those are two really good follows on Twitter for the true crime kind of genre. And they're very careful about what they put out there.
Hold on, I'm still here. I'm just answering a message back real quick.
We'll see if she answers me. I don't know if she will or not. How's Lady V tonight?
I am awesome. How are you, Big Al?
It's hot. And it's only going to get hotter this weekend, so.
It's hot, but I'm cold.
Oh, I am not cold. I would give anything to be cold right now.
I'll tell you what.
Anything.
It's like we're never happy, right? If it's too cold, if it's too hot.
I'm okay in the wintertime. I can turn on one little heater and have it be cold in the house and still be able to sleep because you can add more blankets.
Yeah.
But you can only get so damn naked.
Yeah, this is true.
Don't die. Thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Where are you? Are you in North Carolina?
No, I'm in northern Minnesota, about 2.5 hours, 3 hours from Canada.
Minnesota. I don't know why I keep thinking Carolina. I think
If
it's
you,
because the water behind you.
that's a picture of me in Puerto Rico, actually.
Oh.
Um, if you look at the state of Minnesota, I'm pretty much like, there's a giant lake right in the middle of the state. I'm
Mhm.
right by that. If you like dead center, more top than bottom.
Wow. Oh,
I'm right
so
there.
hey guys, I want to let you know I ordered an iPad.
Mm-hmm.
So it's coming tomorrow. So I'll be able to get on panel and talk to you all at the same time, where I haven't been able to do that because my other device that I was using died.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
So if I
cool.
don't say hi in chat, that's why. I don't want to offend anybody.
Oh, because the way when you're on panel, you can't see the chat. Is that what you're
Well, I
saying?
can see it on my TV, but I can't
Oh,
answer.
you can't answer. Okay. All right. I got you.
Yeah, it's frustrating to watch it on TV sometimes. It's like, God dang it, now I got to get out of bed. Yes,
Okay.
Riddler, I am in the land of 10,000 lakes and taxes, but it's actually 15,000 plus lakes. They were wrong when they guessed 10,000.
Wow.
Yeah, I have over 200 lakes within 40 miles of my house.
Leah, do you need just a regular membership link or do you need the iPhone link? If it's the regular one, I just dropped that one, but if it's the iPhone one, I can drop it too. It's crazy how if you have an iPhone, you have to use a completely different link.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
I love my iPhones though.
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
she
Leah,
needs
hold
an
on.
iPhone.
Leah, here is the iPhone one. Oh, thank you, Michelle.
Quick draw, Michelle.
Yeah, she beat me to that one.
She gotcha.
Okay. So, if Brian Hoffman was in here, he'd be all up in this conversation that I'm about to start. But it has to do with Brent Kopaka. Okay. So we all know the backstory of Brent, right? The whole SWAT team thing came out and what happened to him. But why are they still like his whole case? Why is there nothing out there about it?
I am not as familiar as I should be with said topic.
I know, and you asked me what I was going to talk about, and I completely forgot about this.
I was trying
That's
to
all
think
right.
of it myself. I don't know that.
Okay,
I'm aware
so
of it.
Brent Kopaka is the guy that he's ex-military, and he lived in Pullman. I think it was like literally right. I don't know if it was right on the college campus at WSU or right off of the college campus, but he lived in some apartments over there, and he had PTSD. Leah, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. And something had happened one night, and his roommate said that he was, I guess, trying to hold him hostage or whatever. Well, the SWAT team had to come out, and after I think it was 9 hour standoff, SWAT team ended up taking him out.
Oh, this was like buried amongst all the Bryan Kohberger stuff.
Right.
Okay, I have an inkling what you're talking about now.
But and a lot of people, hey Tonka, how are you? The thing is, a lot of people were thinking that maybe Brent might have had something to do with the Idaho 4 murders.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that he did, because I don't know. A lot of people were bringing up the fact that he was ex-military. He could have had that type of knife. He was trained to do things, and stuff like that.
Right.
But for whatever reason, everything, like if you try to go and find something, you can't. There's nothing out there. And I'm trying to pull up.
That is kind of strange. I mean, I know it was like buried underneath all the BK stuff, but you would think you'd be able to find something on it.
Wait, why can't I tag Big Al? Huh? Vapor, you can't.
Yeah, he can.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why it wasn't. Like I said, my chat was doing some weird shit, so maybe it was showing me as out of chat for a minute. I don't know.
Okay.
Because if I'm not in chat, you can't tag me.
Okay, so that might have been it.
Yeah, I'm thinking so.
Okay, I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Where's my? All right. This was today. And they're saying that there's no updates, that the investigation remains ongoing, but you literally can't find anything. And somebody even mentioned in chat, Bryan Kohberger allegedly said, was anyone else arrested?
Is this the one that his dad was talking about when they were in the car and the cop stopped him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Tonka says there's some information, there's literally not. You would think that would have been like all over the place about that happening. And I mean, it's been 6 months.
Yeah.
Since it happened. It wasn't long after the Idaho murders.
No, it was like right at that same time, like just a few days.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember.
Shooting occurred December 15th.
So about a month later, because they were on their way back to Pennsylvania, and the dad mentioned something about there being
right.
I forgot how he said it, but was it a mass shooting or something like that? And Bryan was like, "Well, we don't know if it's what it was or something." Yeah, hey, Bryan, how are you? Weird. Okay, so Tonka says I use DuckDuckGo and more than what I could find on Google. Maybe I need to use that then.
All right, I think those new warrants are fake.
Really?
I cannot find a single thing anywhere. Using three different search engines, 3 different browsers, nothing. Only the March 13th, March 11th stuff. So I bet it was fake, and she pulled it down.
She took it down. Okay.
Because she's really, she is not into putting up misinformation. She's very careful. So I'm guessing that's what had to happen. So sorry for bringing that one up.
No, it's fine. Hey, Stevie, how are you? Because, like I said, it seems like I've seen some other stuff on her Twitter today that I don't see on there now. So that might have been what it was. Because I know some people were posting some stuff about the Snapchat paperwork that came out, and then some people were posting about the Strava stuff that came out.
I don't see anything in her timeline for anything today either.
Okay, that might have been what it was then. Let me move this over real quick so I can see. Oh wait, Riddler. I'm sorry, I wasn't. I had my StreamYard covered up. Oh shit! I'm sitting here just clicking on stuff I don't need to be clicking on. Okay, how are you?
Can't hear you, Riddler.
Oh, that's okay. I wasn't on there for long.
Oh, okay. Are you doing okay tonight?
Doing just fine.
Wait. Okay, Sally Mae, hold on.
You know what I like about your channel, Scarlett?
What's that?
I like the fact, well, you don't put up with any BS or anything like that. And it's all like facts. And every once in a while we'll go off and have a little laugh. But it's not like every few minutes people are laughing about something. But you provoke thought. You know, you make it to where people can present different thoughts and everything. And you really make somebody's mind work to remember everything. You know what I'm trying to say? You're just very thought provoking.
My brain is constantly going about every little. You should see my notes.
Oh, you should see mine. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I try to fit all those little pieces and stuff together. It drives me crazy when I can't. And I really like being able to come here and hearing a lot of different, even if it's the same thing, maybe said in a different way where you're like, oh, okay, I get it, you know?
Right. Well, I mean, that's why like I've always said, anybody's opinions are welcome here without having to worry about getting bashed and all that. Because, I mean, everybody is entitled to their own opinions and theories and
all
that. Well, thank you for that, though. I appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you and your channel.
Oh, well, thank you. Amethyst, how are you? Now, I know I just seen Bryan Hoffman. I knew he was going to pop in
Yeah,
here.
I was going to say he's here.
Because I know he would be all up in this conversation whenever I bring up Brent Kopaka. But for whatever reason, I mean, it says it on this thing. It came out today. It says at the bottom, there's no updates at this time. The investigation remains ongoing. But maybe that's the reason why we can't find anything. It's because we all know anybody who's tried to do a FOIA for anything, if it's the case is open, you're not gonna get anything.
Yeah.
At all. They're not gonna release anything. Amethyst, I'm doing good, thank you.
So
Brent is
what
so
is
scared.
I just heard, and I don't know. I jump around a lot to different places, but I never heard about who's got the safe on the nightstand.
Wait, who's got what?
The safe on the nightstand.
Oh, that is Emma. She had made a comment, and when she was getting arrested on the body cam footage, she told somebody else to go to the safe that was underneath her, I guess a table or whatever beside of her bed, that she had enough money in there to get bailed out.
Oh, okay. That's
Let's
kind of a weird place for a safe.
By the looks of this case, in my opinion, there's going to be a plea bargain. Now, was it JLR that I watched today? I think it was JLR I watched. Hey, Sima, how are you? And he brought up some interesting facts about the whole plea bargain thing, and saying that William Thompson, which is the DA in Latah County, doesn't really like going to trial. And what was talking about, he rather do plea bargains, and even there was this guy that he was a University of Idaho student. He was 24 years old, I believe. And if y'all have watched this video, y'all probably saw it today. But he shook his baby, 3.5-month old little girl, and she died. And instead of this guy going through trial and going to prison for the rest of his life, they reduced in a plea bargain that the guy would plead guilty to second-degree murder, and he got like 15 years.
That's not right.
Right. And so that's what JLR was talking about today, that this William Thompson guy doesn't like going to trial. Some people may think that there may be one coming in this. I don't see it. He may want to bring it up, or may bring it up to like the families, but I just don't think the families are going to go for that. And I don't think William Thompson is either. There's 4 victims, the brutality of it, and I'm not downplaying this 3.5-month-old little girl dying from being shaken from her dad. I'm not downplaying that, because that was brutal as well. And the guy should have went to prison for life.
Yeah.
Like, he should have never, on a case like that, he should have never offered a plea deal on that. But this case, I don't think it'll happen. I could be wrong, but if it does happen, I'm going to be really surprised.
I don't see how that people would accept a plea deal from BK.
I think people would be
outraged.
Furious. Right.
I mean, there's nothing we could do, but I mean, the outrage would be palatable.
Right. And this guy's been in office 30-something years. I think he's back up for re-election, I believe 2024. So
if he's too lazy to take things to trial, then he needs to get off the bench.
But if that was to happen, it's more than likely going to push the case. But then again, I would rather it push the case or the trial back 2 years and have somebody who would actually go and prove that this is the guy who done it, present all the evidence. If there's a conviction, he gets the death penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Scarlett, let me ask you this: Is it mandatory? Is it mandatory in the state of Idaho that the prosecution has to offer a plea deal
I don't think it would be mandatory. I think it was just something that he wanted to do because he was too lazy to go to court or go to trial.
And I think that's the reason the state beefed him up with 2 more prosecutors.
Probably. Let me go back and read Bryan's
Yeah,
stuff.
with the representation he has, I don't see where that would be for
Okay.
a plea deal.
Sally Mae
either.
turned us on to
Oh,
where
yes.
these documents are showing up. The
Did
ones
you
that I was
find them?
referring to. And she has both of them on here. The dates don't make sense. I don't know if these are real. I just.
What is? I seen her post the name, and I was
dated
going
4/13. The second document is dated 4/13.
Okay, let me
At
go
the
back
bottom.
to, and that's for the Snapchat one.
Yeah, and here I'll drop the link.
Okay, because
in the
I
back
I
chat.
can pull up
Here you go.
the
I just
actual.
dropped it in the back chat.
Okay.
Take a look at the community tab.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to find if these. I don't think these are the ones that Sleuthy posted. They're definitely not the ones that she posted.
Okay, this is the one that came out today. And this is where Megan Marshall is, because I think this one was. Wait, let me find the page on here. They had them sealed and redacted to a certain date. And I don't see that page, but I can pull this one up.
Well, this warrant that I'm looking at was signed on 4/13, so this can't be new.
All right, hold on. Let me pull this back up real quick.
And the other one is the 3rd day of April. But then there's 2 images that aren't coming up on my computer for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay, this is the first page that you see on hers. It's dated at the bottom, May 31st.
Right.
That's just ordering, or she did it yesterday. She's ordering it to remain sealed. Okay, if you go down, this is the order temporarily sealing the search warrants and related documents. That one was done on April the 18th, but it says right here above it, it was supposed to stay sealed until June the 1st. But because of it today being June the 1st, she went ahead and signed it yesterday to remain sealed.
Okay.
Free Spirit, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. All right, let me.
Yeah, the way I read, what I originally read this morning was represented as these are new documents asking for new information, additional information from Snapchat.
Okay, so they are
X, Y, Z, PD, and Q.
They are new documents, but I don't think there was, unless there was a search warrant out there and I just haven't seen it.
Well, I can't find it anywhere else. This is as close as I've gotten to finding anything, but I've already seen all these.
Okay, yeah. See,
what I saw earlier today, I had not seen yet.
Okay.
So maybe it wasn't real.
Okay, is this the one that you're saying that was dated April the 13th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, and so everybody can see it. Okay, so this one here was the motion to temporarily seal the search warrant related documents pending the hearing, which was done on April the 13th. But because they were that order was supposed to run out June the 1st, she redid the order yesterday. So that way it would have never ran out, to keep them redacted and sealed. There's the order. What is this one for? April the 18th. This one was done. There should be a thing in here, though. Okay, there's that Lawrence Mowry guy that was on that list that you had sent me the other day with the detectives and all them people on it. I got to zoom this out just a little bit. Let's see. All right, so that's the affidavit. And then this is telling what it's for. And they're wanting all of the Snapchat accounts for Xana, Kaylee, Ethan. I'm sure that last one's going to be Maddie. Or no, that would be, they're sure going to be redacted. That's going to be Dylan and Bethany. The two redacted ones. Lady Claymore, how are you? So this is the only one that I've seen other than like the Google one, Reddit, what's the other ones? TikTok, Strava, Snap, Reddit, Google, and AT&T. That's the only ones that they've redone. Unless some more comes out tomorrow. That they've like redone the order to keep them redacted and sealed. Hey, Kenny, how are you? Lady Claymore, I'm doing good, thank you. I think this is like the last page. Okay, so what is this? And I think I've seen Sleuthy post this. Is this the same one that you've seen? The search warrant?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
They're wanting to know if
that's what was posted today. What I'm looking at right now on the YouTube chat.
Okay, hold on. Let me slow the chat real quick.
That was posted today.
Okay. Yeah, this one was included. Okay, I got it slowed down. If y'all need me to slow it anymore, y'all just let me know.
Because that right there is the part that I didn't recognize.
Okay.
The weird thing on the bottom before Madison.
Okay, that's because that's for Bethany Funk and Dylan Mortensen, and they've redacted their names.
Right, but I had not seen this page before.
Okay.
And Sleuthy had this and another page posted today.
Okay, this is the one that she had this highlighted, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She had posted that today.
Okay,
and now that is gone. And I'm sure it's gone because it's gone from my history. When I try to go back to the exact URL of the tweet, the URL is dead. So she pulled it down. I just don't know why yet.
Okay, so this was dated March 30th. So all this was because it was, and I should be able to go back to the snap up here at the top. I have to go back up and find it.
Heaven stars, it would say subscriber unknown if it was a burner phone or something from like Dollar General, or one of those phones where you just buy a card and put minutes on it or data on it.
Okay, let me pull something. No, that ain't the right one. Hold on.
But that's a forensic guy's dream, is getting one of those burner phones and then having them use data on it, because somewhere in that data on there, there's a pattern or their name or some site they go to and log into, and they'll figure out who it is.
Okay, I'm looking in the old one. Okay, let me pull. All right, I'm going to take this one down and pull up. I need to get rid of that one so I don't get them mixed up here. And pull up this one. This is the one whenever they did the big document dump with all of them, all the search warrants and like all the paperwork or whatever. This is the one that they have for Snapchat. But they have it laid out different than the one that they released today. See, it doesn't have like the names.
Yeah, it's totally different.
One, yeah. See, and this one. Well, this one was dated November the 21st. So that one was dated what day? Is there some more snaps in this that I'm missing? Because that should be. Let me find it. Let me go look at this one. Because it should be, if it's the same documents, they're just placing them back in there and adding the new order to it to keep it sealed and redacted. It should still be the same documents.
Maybe.
That you see what I'm saying? Like that.
Yeah,
they
I see what you're saying, but what I saw today was different. But I'm led to believe that what I saw today wasn't factual because it's no longer there.
Because, okay, damn it, this, oh my God.
She's got a lot of people sending her stuff that I know she spends a lot of her time just vetting the information she's getting before she passes it on.
All right, this is the other snap one. So this was the order to seal and redact, just like what is on the first page of the one that came out today, dated March 7th. And see, all of these should be like this. All of these pages should be in the one that was released today. Like it all should be the same, but it's not. See, that's December the 1st. Unless they just went in and completely redid all the paperwork, because even this one is not the same as the one that was posted today.
I would have to put them side by side on monitors and really dig into it and really look at it.
Let's see, I'm trying to find their names on here. See, this is a Snap account for Madison Maddie Mogan with the following identifier between August 1st and November the 19th.
King Scarlet, that's possible, but I don't know. Like I said, I sent her a DM, and then when she's able to, she'll get back to me, and I'll figure it out. Because I said, I was working. It popped up in an alert. I scanned it real quick, popped through both images real quick, and said, I'll look at it later. And when I went to look at it, it wasn't there. So I can't imagine you just don't delete a tweet on accident. It's a process.
Don't you have to like verify the delete and like all this and that?
Well, I know because I'm a verified account. I have to. I don't think Sleuthie's not verified.
Okay.
I only got verified because of my business. Otherwise, I wouldn't pay the $8. But
so wait, Illusions is saying that Jennifer Coffendorfer has a search warrant. So let me go to Jennifer's, because I know she posts a lot on Twitter also.
Loaded Hot, we don't know that they don't have the K-bar. We have no idea. We're all guessing.
I'm wondering if they went and searched the area where they're claiming that that Bryan Kohberger had stopped for those 3 hours in the PCA.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I wonder if they went and searched that and possibly found it.
I hope so.
Brian Hoffman, I don't think you're nuts.
I'm a big Brian.
Never said that. A little intense maybe, but I wouldn't call you nuts.
I like Brian.
You gotta love Brian.
He's intense. He's a good guy.
He is intense.
I got no issues.
Like that.
Let's see. Okay, who posted these documents first, Jail or Sleuth? I saw them first on Sleuthies.
That's where I saw all of it first.
But while I'm on here looking through stuff during the day, I always have Twitter pulled up on one screen while I'm scrolling through stuff on another one. So I usually see everything first on Twitter.
I got to start using that Twitter bookmark feature because apparently it works really good, and I don't even know how it works yet.
I have no
if I had
idea.
the bookmark, I'd have the image.
Okay, this is the one that Jennifer Coffendorfer has, which is the same one that's on the website.
Yep.
She just
made a line.
Yeah. Which I can't read and I hate that you can't like zoom it in on here. But it looks like she's pointing. Well, maybe she's not pointing. Maybe it's just the way she drew the line or whatever. But it's between June 23rd, 2022 and August the 1st of 2022. But when did this search warrant? Let me go back. I just pulled that up so y'all would see that it is what I had pulled up a minute ago. Let me go pull the actual thing up that came out today so I can read it better. Let me find it on here so y'all don't have to watch me scroll through all these papers. Okay. My allergies are killing me tonight. Okay. So this is going to be the one that Sleuthy had pulled up because I do remember seeing this one and she had all of their names like highlighted or whatever. And I have to go back and look at the dates on the other ones, but did they ask for an earlier time maybe than what they were asking on the other ones? Could that be the reason for this search warrant?
I don't know. Because if you're saying nothing changed.
Well, this did, because this wasn't the same layout as the other ones that I just showed.
Well, then you'd have to put it side by side as the old next to the old one and figure out which one of these things just doesn't belong here.
Okay, let me go back to Jennifer's, and I'll just have to do it.
Which one of these things is not like the other?
Shit, that's not what I wanted.
I don't know. You know, Sesame Street hasn't been the same since they made the chef the mayor.
You know, okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I never really liked Sesame Street, and neither did my kids. So,
ever since they made the Swedish Chef the mayor, it's been kind of a mess.
Well, he's a mess.
That's me talking politics without me talking politics.
I get you. Excuse me.
Looking for what else? Other search warrant. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me take this one down and see if I can find this other one on my list.
Hey, Al, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Because, I mean, you know, I worked at AT&T, so these burner phone things.
Yep.
Okay, when they came in to get a burner phone, they would have to make some sort of an account for the SIM card that they put in there, whether it's we don't give, well, I mean, at AT&T they did. They had to come in. You have to have something to make that SIM card run. And so they would put, like, you know, wouldn't you like to know, or whatever as their name.
Right.
But that SIM card, I know, remember when I was in, you could pull it up, and if you pulled it up, it would pull up their name. And then when you clicked on the IMEI number, it would actually give you the SIM number. It would actually give you the IMEI on the phone. So how do these burner phone thingies not work? Because I can't believe I'm always like, how can they not know? Because you have to put it on something to get the SIM card activated.
Right. It's you can walk into Dollar General. I have not personally done it. I don't know what the process is, but I know you can walk into Dollar General with $50 and walk out with a phone that works, and you don't have to show any ID.
No, you just walk in there and tell them that's what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know how that works. I know they all run on the same towers, but under different priority.
Okay, but do they walk out with a working phone, or
yes.
do they have to, like, set something up?
They walk out with a working phone.
I just don't know how. That just doesn't make sense to me.
I'd have to ask. I've got someone who cooks for me once in a while that knows all about those stupid dollar store phones. I swear he goes through 10 of them a year.
Because it's okay. So in my logical mind, I'm thinking, okay, we had to have something to activate the SIM card with. Then you put it in that phone. The IMEI is going to come up whenever, if they've used it. Every single IMEI with that telephone number is going to come up that they've used.
Well, the way I understand it with Verizon is when you buy one of those minute cards from Dollar General, it considers whatever SIM and IMEI that you buy from the dollar store a prepaid phone.
Well, yeah, I get
There's
that.
already information in there, and they just put it through.
Right.
Now, how you get the Android to work without a valid Gmail, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, because I can't use my phone without an email address. It's just
it's like, and if you can find the IMEI, then you can find the store that it was sent to. You know, and then on the register, I would think they'd be able to find out when that IMEI was sold. I just don't.
Well, they could tell when it was sold, and to me, if I was a digital forensics guy, I would, for lack of a better way to say it, get off on tracking burner phones, because anybody who has a burner phone at some point is going to screw up.
Oh yeah,
they're going to call somebody. They're going to log into something. They're going to screw up and screw up that burner phone.
Yeah, their email something. I just don't.
And I mean, I realize they're
prepaid. I realize they're prepaid, and you don't have to have a name associated with it.
But you have to have completely different.
But you have to have something on Okay, so if you're going to put more minutes on that phone, you're going to have some sort of an account or something,
No, you
phone
don't. You
number.
just text a certain number, you scratch off the minute card, and somebody in chat can probably help me out on this one. You scratch off the code on the minute card, text it to a certain number, and it puts minutes on your phone.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like with shit. Who is it? My son's got it. Straight Talk.
Yes.
You can just buy the phone from Straight Talk, and then you can either buy like Big Al was saying, the little card from Walmart, Dollar General, anywhere like that, and then you scratch that number, you go into your account on the app there, or you can just go to straighttalk.com. That's how I usually do my son's. And you just pick whatever, like if you're not using the card and having to put the PIN number on the back of the card on it, you just go in and find what package you want. And usually I get him like the $35 one.
Okay, but how does it know which account to put it on?
You have to enter the phone number.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you have the phone number.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll get off this subject. It's just
it's
something that I
it's a circle jerk. That's why I never understood why they let this burner thing happen.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I never understood why the phone companies let it happen.
No, because it's just.
See, like with my sons, all I did, my daughter bought him the phone for Christmas. That was like his Christmas gift. And then I just went in and I don't even think I had to set up an account through Straight Talk for him or anything. I don't have his name attached to it or nothing. I just went in, and you can change phone numbers as often as you want on there. And you just, like I said, go to straighttalk.com website, pick whichever package you want. I get the $35 one because it's unlimited talk and text. And you click on it, you put, whenever it asks for like credit card information, it asks whose name is on the card. You can put any name that you want on that because it's not attached to the phone. And are they really going to know that it's your credit card with that name on that credit card? And then your credit card information, and your phone starts working.
Wow.
Can we peek down the rabbit hole just for a second?
Yeah.
Is that okay with you? All right. So back in, I think, 2021, the FBI came up with this super secret smuggler phone. And they designed a phone and designed the operating system for the phone, an encrypted communications device that they were going to have a good guy pose as a bad guy and get these phones out to all these bad guys and say, hey, this is how you communicate. They're encrypted. Right. They can't hear you, blah, blah, blah.
I remember that.
Okay, well, they arrested over 500 people through that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And
so
it's just like
the level, what I'm getting at is the level of surveillance on those burner phones. I'm sure those are probably completely monitored and recorded, and they're sitting on a server somewhere in Australia.
There's no, I mean, I'm sorry, sooner or later, they're going to be able to find out who had that phone.
For sure. Without a doubt.
They know what store, they can tell what store it's bought at because you have to check them into your inventory.
Here's the thing, Lady V. What I'm talking about is depending on the level of what they're looking at, they can run that through voice recognition and find out exactly who it is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I believe
And there's probably, they'll run 50 phones through from some neighborhood where something really bad happened and look for voice recognition because they've got some voice recognition files on most of the population of the planet, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sure. And but to me, it's like burner phones are, I'm sorry, you're still not protected.
They're not really a burner phone. They're just not. I mean, you can be found out.
Yeah.
Depending on how hard they want to look.
Exactly.
What resources do they want to allocate to finding out who had that phone?
I mean, okay, because this is why I'm saying this is because at AT&T we had times where somebody would rip the phone off the wall and take it, and nobody noticed, of course. So they walk out with your expensive phone, right?
Right.
Now, not that AT&T really is going to do anything about it, to be honest, but they want to know where that phone is. So all I have to do is put the IMEI from that phone on there, and it pulls up the SIM card with the telephone number that's using that phone, and I can tell you exactly where they are. That's why I'm like, how can it actually be a true burner phone? There's
There's no such thing.
No, there's not. Okay.
There just isn't. It's a fallacy. I mean, it sounds
That's
good.
what I think. Yeah, that's what I think too.
It really has turned into a term that's very overused.
Yeah.
Because to me, a burner phone is I'm walking through a restaurant, I see an unlocked phone sitting on the table, I pick it up, I change the password before it locks itself, and now I have an actual burner phone. It's someone else's.
Exactly.
And I have it.
I know that they have encrypted, and I know they have all of that stuff. Now that's something you actually would have more difficulty finding, but these little burner phones that they have in the movies and everything all the time, I'm like, oh my word.
You said it, the movies.
Yeah.
Okay. Before I forget, I got the whole search warrant thing you figured out.
Okay.
The first one that they sent out in the big document dump that I guess like a month and a half ago. That search warrant was for August the 1st through November the 19th of 2022 for Snapchat. This new one that came out today that was within that Snapchat document was the search warrant for June 23rd to August the 1st. So they had asked for...
So it's a new warrant just asking for a different date range. But why
what
isn't
it looks like
dated today?
Unless it was dated and it was just included in the order to keep it sealed and redacted. But I'd never seen the one for June 23rd to August 1st. Hey, Bonnie, how are you? I don't remember seeing that one anywhere. Unless they're getting ready to do another big document dump like they did before with all like AT&T and Snap and all the different financial places and all that.
They could be weeding through what they have. I mean, we're talking terabytes and finding out, okay, we need more information here and we need more information there, but it's going to take another warrant to get it. So here you go. Maybe.
I can't believe that they got through all of those terabytes.
No, they're not through that shit.
There's no way.
No, it's going to take them a while to do that.
Months. And I don't know who's going to be more eager to go through it, the defense or the prosecution, because, I mean, the prosecution obviously has basically unlimited resources. They can put 50 interns in a room with computers and say, all right, go through this. And if you find anything, raise your hand. And then they'll turn it over to, a forensic guy to take a look at.
That is so much information, especially if a lot of its code is like, oh my gosh.
Well, and a lot of it's just log files and just gibberish in Linux and Unix that, if you don't understand it, it's,
so in
you're
other
not going to
words,
have any idea what it is.
They're going to have to more than likely have an expert person or multiple expert people to actually go through it. If
I was going to do it, I would get a room full of computer science students to volunteer.
Yeah, exactly.
And I would hand them a chunk of data and go, raise your hand if you see anything that raises your attention.
Okay.
Obviously they've stripped all the images, the videos, person-to-person messages, emails, web searches, all the easy shit they pulled out of there.
Yeah.
And put it in a bucket. And now they're probably moving on to the stuff that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and you really got to pick through it. Log files and
I'm sure they have search engines where they can put like words in there and pull up everything.
Oh, I'm sure, with words, but you're going to be looking at, time on, time off, power up, power down, battery charge levels. There's so much data that a phone logs. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And just every day the log files we generate are, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's like, okay, he stopped and took a crap now, so.
Okay, I got another question for y'all. I'm not going to say everybody, because I know that there are some people in here who are wanting to wait for the trial to, go through that process and the evidence to be presented before they come to the conclusion whether they think that Bryan did this and he's guilty of it or whatever. Others of us think Bryan is just crazy. So we know that there's not an insanity defense hey, Callie Dime, how are you? in Idaho. But do y'all think that if there was, do y'all think that Bryan might have pled not guilty by reason of insanity?
No.
You don't think he would?
He's too narcissistic for that.
Okay.
He thinks too highly of himself, in my opinion. I don't think he would have, but, you know, who knows with this guy?
I have to agree. I don't think he would ever.
Yes, Brad. Let me grab the link for you real quick. Okay, so let's see. Vapor says no. Tonka says no. Tony says no. Okay. Betty Jo says no.
The thing of it is that he's so smart, but he's so ridiculously stupid too. But it's almost like
he's book smart.
He did it on purpose. I mean,
I mean, that's what it kind of seems like. Like, did he want people to think that he did this and wanted to get called?
Yes, you were saying that last night, Scarlett. It's almost like he was trying to get caught.
Yeah,
I think so.
I mean, is that what he was trying to do to prove that? Because just think of this. He's eating up all this attention now. Okay. And this dude is he ain't even went to trial yet. He's only made a few court appearances. So what if he did all this, wanted to get called to prove that he could get out of it? And if he did do this, let's pray he doesn't get out of it. But what if he does? And then just think of,
oh my gosh,
just what would,
he won't stop.
People,
I'm not sure he wanted to be caught now. I think he wanted to play cat and mouse for a while. I think he was actually enjoying that.
It's like a game. But I'm wondering if that's what he was thinking in when he was planning this whole thing out. Like, I'll do this, but I'll make sure the evidence, I can, when it goes to court, I can get out of it.
Yeah.
And then I become like this famous person. There's book deals, there's shows, there's movies, blah, blah, like, you know what I'm saying? Because he's just eating up. He is like craving the attention.
Well, he's obviously found out a way to get a girlfriend now, huh?
Yeah. Brad, how are you?
Yeah, he's on a nationwide dating site.
Yeah, and they're giving him money, throwing it at him.
Which is crazy.
I'm good. How is everyone? Good to see everyone.
Hey, Brad.
And like respectfully, how ridiculous is that? I mean, like, you and I were the first people that I ever heard mention it, to be honest, Scarlett. It was the very first time that I was ever on one of your broadcasts, and no one's going to do that. I mean, it's ridiculous is what it is. Well, who's going to take a chance on getting a death penalty charge by creating themselves getting caught? I mean, here's what I see is everybody's trying to rationalize how this guy that they got is the guy that did it, when there's so many things that say that there's no way he would be that stupid.
I mean, he took his phone to commit 4 murders.
Yeah.
That, excuse me, that's what I can't get past.
People have definitely been that stupid before. Okay, so I'm not negating that fact.
But with all the training and everything he's had, you would think he'd know better. I understand what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, you're using your own car, you're using your own phone, you're driving back and forth in front of the place right before the event. You're coming back early in the morning. The time frame. Just think of all the things that don't make sense.
Respectfully, people. I'm going to say respectfully, and I don't mean anything by this. It's just a saying where they say, an idiot savant. There might be areas where he's like super intelligent and areas that he just is not. Doesn't grasp anything.
Oh, sorry about that, Gigi. I don't have a mic gain.
Oh, wait, let me see. Hold on. I may be able to cut you down just a little bit. Okay, I cut you down a little bit. You should be good now.
All right, cool. So yeah, like ultimately, what makes sense still to me the most of anything is that, you know, if this guy's truly involved and he's truly the guy,
Go ahead.
then I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's no benefit. There's no benefit, in my opinion, to getting yourself caught in order to get out. And I can't remember whether it was you that thought of it first or if it was me, but it came up in our conversation the very first time that I was ever on your panel. And I just can't accept that. You know what I mean?
I have a hard time believing that he would do that too.
Yeah.
I do too. I mean, it's not logical at all, but maybe this guy isn't as logical and as amazing as he's made out to be.
Well, what
Like
becomes
Avery says, maybe some of it was fake. Maybe he didn't actually study it. But God, all you got to do is watch a movie.
Do you remember my what I considered myself at that moment to be an outlandish theory of him meeting people on Reddit and getting invited along and doing a on the ground thesis, which is all hypothetical, of course.
Of course.
But you know, the way I see it, for anyone to have made all those mistakes, which honestly you just wouldn't do in the first place, like if you're a criminologist and you're trying to not get caught, then you're not going to have your car driving back and forth in front of the place and all these other anomalous things. That just wouldn't happen in the very first place. But let's say that you think that no one's ever going to know anything about it, or that they're not going to find all these ring cams, and you're talking about someone that's supposed to have been visiting the area, was it 12 times? And
yeah,
if you're scouting stuff out, I think you might be looking for cameras and stuff like that. And but my original thought was that maybe he is aware of it, or even involved, but that he had no idea that someone was going to be leaving his calling card behind, making him the guy.
Oh, you think he was set up?
I think that it's highly improbable that a knife sheath would end up sitting pristinely on a bed, which, so far as we know, doesn't have any other DNA on it. Like, how could they? Okay, the PCA is supposed to be legit, right? They're not supposed to be able to lie. It's all very legal document, right?
yeah.
So would they be able to say that there's single source male DNA on a sheath if there's other DNA on that sheath? I don't know, but
Well,
if
can't they tell how long that DNA's been on there? Kind of. I mean,
I don't really know the answer to those questions, and
I don't think so.
Well,
and I keep hearing conflicting stuff about it being
yeah, I do too.
about the touch DNA or not too. Like, I haven't heard anyone disavow it, but Scarlett, King Scarlett, that is. But assuming that, but if there's only one source of DNA on that sheath, number one, how is that even possible?
Yeah, because
unless someone left it very cleanly and intently.
So here's a theory for you. If we're going to go that route, so he's the TA of this course. One of the students is a total whack job, and somehow finds a way to set him up. Because where are people going to go if they want to know this information but to school?
How is he going to get his DNA on that sheet?
Who knows? Maybe they were friends. Maybe he just rubbed it on him.
I mean, someone could have collected his DNA and been holding on to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Could it have been someone else's sheath and Bryan was like, oh, like, I like knives. Can I look at it?
Yeah, let me check it out. And
yeah.
he snapped it, and it was already cleaned, and there was nothing else on it. And
I mean, because could it be, a person who collects knives and you see a K-bar knife that is U.S. Marine Corps? how
I've
many
had
people?
a gut feeling all along that sheath doesn't belong to the instrument that did the damage.
That is
Yeah.
a possibility.
I've thought of that a lot.
Well, that they should be able to figure
And
out.
that's just a gut feeling.
Mhm.
That they should be able to figure
No,
out.
no
without
real
doubt.
basis.
That could be a very good possibility, and maybe the sheath was left to make them or try to make them think.
But
Yeah,
if that
Troll
is
was
the
feeling that
case-
too,
But if that is the case,
if I remember right.
how did
Mhm.
that person not get their DNA on it?
Gloves.
Well, you use gloves.
So you're
that's-
standing there talking to your teacher and you have gloves on with this knife, and then you're going to let him hold the knife, but you have gloves on? How does that work?
Well, let me ask you this, Lady V. Do you think that a guy who is purportedly running around with gloves on everywhere is going to forget to wipe down the knife sheath that before he goes in there? You know.
No, I understand what
Good
you're
evening,
saying,
ladies
but
and gentlemen.
I just hello.
How
I
you
just
doing?
think he. I just can't get over. I think he did it on purpose. I think he wants to one up all these other SKs that he studied about.
But
Don't forget, Danny Rolling left his wallet
Yeah.
in the apartment down in Gainesville. He gets back to his little camp and he goes, "Oh my goodness, I've got to retrieve that." Goes back in there, gets his wallet, and leaves again, and nobody sees him.
Was that the 9 to
Oh,
9:30 trip to Moscow?
I'm talking about.
I mean, that is what a lot of people think.
Could that have been why he didn't go in the houses, because there was other kids at the house at 9 or 9:30, or
See,
between 9 and 9:30?
I brought that up before. Why did he return to the scene? Was it, oh my gosh, my knife sheath?
Well, think about this, because it crossed my mind more than once now. And if let's say that the timeline is all messed up, right? Let's say that the timeline isn't even the timeline for a second. Let's say that the timeline is hearsay, even, because it pretty much it's like it's a direct witness, but it's who else is telling their story. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But anyways, what if okay, so like all this talk about people hearing stuff early seems to start at the very earliest around 8 or 8:30, and then it goes to 10:30, which seems more feasible to me, the 10 or 10:30 mark, because there was definitely people that were called in advance of Ellie, and they definitely showed up and came over there, and
Why wouldn't he have gone earlier? I mean, why wouldn't he have just, like, whenever he realized he didn't have it, why didn't he go back then? Obviously,
Oh, you're not.
he was
I haven't even gotten to where I'm going yet, Lady V, which is how do we know that he wasn't coming back to pick up someone? You know what I mean? Like we don't know. Like, okay, so he's surfing around the neighborhood right before the supposed event, right? And then parking the car about 4 a.m., 4:04 or whatever they got it figured out at. And yeah, so how do we know that he's okay? So his trip out of there, right? Sorry, I'm like kind of thinking while I'm going here, but you got this crazy route that no one would ever take, basically, in order to get to where he lives. You got a big circle instead of a straight line through that circle. And yeah, I mean, I think there could be a different reason for other than that. I could see that maybe, if he's the guy, if he is really truly the guy, then maybe he was coming back to just check out the scene. It could be as simple as that.
Yeah, I personally think he came back because he's probably wondering how come the circus didn't begin yet.
Yeah, he hadn't heard it on the scanner or whatever, and he wanted to drive by the house to see if the cops were there.
Okay, so y'all know they sent out the vandal alerts, right?
Right.
But would the students over at WSU, would they possibly get an alert as soon as like if it would have went out, let's just say at 9:30, if cops would have been called? I wonder how far after a vandal alert would have went out about the homicides would WSU have gotten one?
I would think they would, because don't they share the same 911 call center?
I think
states.
so.
They're different states. They wouldn't share the same 911 center.
Well, no, the 911 center for Moscow is in is it Whitman, Washington?
Washington? Really?
Yeah. It's like, I want to say Whitman. It's called Whitcomb, and it's over in Washington.
It must be a private company then.
It's like right across the Washington state line.
See, it's here in Minnesota. 911 goes to your closest sheriff or state patrol.
Yeah, that's how it is here. Each parish has
whatever
their
your
own
location is.
Yeah, but yeah, they have it. So I'm assuming that Whitcomb must do like Pullman, Moscow, those, like the little areas or whatever around there. Hey, Freya, how are you?
And Brett, I'm not trying to argue at all. I hope you understand. I'm not trying to argue with anybody.
Oh, I'm not suggesting that you were at all, Lady V. I just hadn't gotten to the point that I was trying to make, which was that maybe he was coming back for any other reason. I mean, it could be anything.
Yeah.
But I do find it interesting that his return trip at 9/17 or whatever is, pretty close to the alleged time that people were showing up at the house, like just before it.
It is interesting.
Yeah, because he left his house at 9:00 and then showed back up at 9:32. I think is what the.
Yeah.
If I remember right, he was alleged to be at or around that area at like 9:16 or 9:17 in the morning, something like that.
And that sounds to me like he drove straight there, drove by the house, and drove straight back.
Right.
Yeah, and then like when he's driving around there before the event, it's been kind of like in my back burner that maybe he was dropping someone. Maybe at 3:26 he's dropping someone off, and then he's surfing around looking for them, and then picks them back up when they scoot out of the neighborhood at allegedly a high rate of speed.
Well, that would make him accomplished then.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to call him innocent. I never ever have. I'm also not trying to call him guilty or act like I know how he thinks, because I don't.
Right.
And I'm not either. It's just.
Well, everybody kind of is.
Well, I guess and I don't mean it that way. I'm just trying to figure out the way he thinks. I mean, it's so not logical to me how he thinks that. It makes me think that he did it on purpose, because how can anybody do all of this stuff accidentally? So why would he do that? I don't know. I totally agree with you. And if I come off judging him, I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I don't mean to
make you feel apologetic at all, Lady V. You got a right to your opinion, no matter what you think.
Yeah, no, I don't mind, because honestly, I have a lot of questions as well of why on earth would he do? I don't know. I just get this feeling that, he just wants to one up all these guys.
What it seems like, honestly.
I mean, okay, like I'll agree with this. Like I think there's enough people that are claiming that he feels like he's the smart guy in the room and stuff like that. And obviously, if he's doing well enough in school to be 1 out of 3 people up for his PhD assignment or whatever, right? And he got picked. So, I think putting him in the dumb box is kind of out the window.
Yeah, I don't think he's dumb at all. I really do not think he's dumb. I think he's brilliant. But, you have so many people that are so smart that they have no common sense, so they can't see something right in front of their eyes.
They have no street smarts. They have book smarts, but not the street
smarts. Not everyday smarts, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, something else, he doesn't have experience in this field that we know of. You can read all the books you want to, score 100 on all your test scores, but that's different than working on an engine of a car than reading about a car.
Yeah,
right.
And he's going to have to be real savvy to go into that place. He just can't read about how these other guys broke in. He's going to have some kind of experience to get in there, know how to make those wounds, and have an exit strategy.
Mm-hmm. Just like the same thing with the doctor. I mean, you can go to school and sit back and watch them do surgery, but until you actually do it yourself, you're not going to gain any experience.
And I can now figure out the phone deal, why he's got a phone that can track him during those hours.
Yeah, I mean, the study of criminology is literally like the study of street smarts or the lack of it.
Exactly.
So
now let me ask you this, Scarlett. What time did the warning go out to the students to shelter and cover or whatever they do over there?
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me pull up the timeline so I can find it.
I tell you what, Idaho is kind of goofy in a way. Half the state is in the Pacific time zone, and the southern part of the state is in the mountain time zone. And the cutoff is right there on the border of Oregon and Washington. So everything south of that border will belong to the mountain, and everything north of it goes into the Pacific. Now, like Florida, we stretch east and west, so it's right there with the timeline when you after you cross the river over there in the panhandle of Florida, you now go into central time zone.
But so when does his fit in? His area?
Moscow's in the Pacific.
Pacific, yeah. Okay, 2:07 on November the 13th, vandal alert goes out. It says alert was sent out to the University of Idaho students advising them to stay inside, and then 2:46 p.m. Shelter in place lifted by University of Idaho. Let me see. It was 3:30. There was a text alert sent out to WSU students, followed by an email notifying them of the homicide. The alert stated that there is no threat to the Pullman community. So we had one at 2:07, 2:46 for U of I, and then 3:30 for WSU. And I'm writing these down that way I don't have to keep going back to this.
I can remember before they arrested this guy, there was these crime channels swearing up and down they need to go check the military bases closest to them because they found that USMC knife sheath, the K-bar. Mm-hmm. And I said, anybody can buy that offline. I said, capitalists want to make money. They're going to sell that.
Yeah, you can buy them at, I'm sure, surplus stores and all that.
I see them in garage sales, yard sales.
Mm-hmm.
They were nice. It was built in World War II, and it was too heavy, so they cut it out. Everybody calls that a blood groove, but they cut that there to narrow down the weight and to beef up the knife. And it was a popular knife back then, but knives have evolved today where they're really stronger. But that was the knife for that type of deed that was performed. Because I have one sitting here at the house.
So at 3:30, they tell WSU students that there's no threat to the Pullman community. And
how do they know that?
They didn't.
They absolutely did not.
The lead investigator hadn't even showed up yet, according to their paperwork.
No, he didn't. What was it, like 4, 5 before the lead investigator got there?
It was after 4 p.m. is all I remember.
I mean, and I got to go back and find it, but they had sent out a message to U of I saying that there was no imminent threat to the community the day that the murders happened. Like, you don't even have a suspect. How can you tell a bunch of students that there's no threat?
Yeah, and they were targeted, then they weren't targeted, then...
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can't make
just
the
it.
school
Nothing
look
has
bad.
stayed the same.
Remember when they said it was a crime of passion?
Well, can't make the school look bad.
I still believe it could. I still believe that might be possible. It's definitely personal, in my opinion. I mean, like,
Well, a knife as
it
a
doesn't
weapon
get any more
is
personal or up close than that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Strangulation.
Well, once again, look at the Danny Rowland case. I'm telling everybody to just take 45 minutes and watch the documentary. He's from Louisiana. He's in Florida, and he takes out 5 females and 1 male. He didn't even know who they were. He just took them out because they had the brunette hair.
Yeah.
He was infatuated with
Yeah.
Bundy.
And there you go.
And then when he got through, now remember, he had also killed a child in Louisiana before coming to Florida. I think an 8-year-old boy. He took him out, his mom, and the grandfather, all 3 of them.
I definitely think it's possible that we're dealing with an SK here, whether it's Bryan or not.
Yeah, I agree.
It was my first intuition was you got an SK. And then later when I saw how pretty the girls were and at that university and how things were going, I said, I bet it's a retired teacher or a former student that was there. And somebody's making a payback. And, well, I didn't know Washington State was just across the border. So
yeah, I didn't realize for a long time how close Washington State was to U of I.
And here's some food for thought too, is the Juden case and Sandra, I don't remember her last name right this second.
What was her name?
Salem, Oregon, and a weird W name.
Yeah, I can't even remember the lady's.
Washigu, I think, or something like that.
Something like that.
Washigu or something. If those cases were related but not related to Bryan directly, do you think that they would really want us to know that, even if they were trying to figure it out themselves? You know what I mean?
We'd have never heard of it if it wasn't for this case.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think we would either, but they came out super quick. Whenever those 2 cases were brought into the mix of this case, and MPD, Moscow Police Department, was like super quick to come out and say that they didn't have it. There was no connection. Like, how do you know that? It's like
they're trying to save face.
I feel like that non-connection is the non-connection to Bryan. Like, Bryan probably couldn't have done it. That's how I feel in my gut. Because there's too many anomalies in those other cases that match. And when you're dealing with serial killers, you're dealing with patterns.
I even brought that up a long time ago. The patterns, the similarities.
We spoke about it.
Okay, so for just 1 minute, let's consider that he's not the person. Okay. Because Ellie has done a lot of really questionable things in this case as well. So you have a guy that's just driving, bebopping around for whatever, driving. Okay, my husband and I, we like to just drive around and look at houses. So maybe he was just doing something like that, and he happened to be in that area all this time. And then, okay, so they're trying to pin it on somebody. He's in the area, but then also the knife has his DNA on it. I mean, how can... I just don't see how that would work.
That is a problem, isn't it? And like, one of my original thoughts was, maybe he's either driving the D man around, or maybe he's looking for D himself, and maybe he's driving around all around town. See, like, originally I thought he was driving all around town from that 326 mark. I thought he's like surfing the town and stuff. But really, he's just coming back and forth up the same couple blocks.
Yeah, he is. I mean, so are you thinking that he thought they had D there? I'm
not saying that I necessarily think that anymore, but it was one of my original thoughts.
Well, yeah.
And if you if you think about it, it could be like that, something like that. And like, let's say that is the case. Let's say he's dropping off the D man to go visit the house or whatever, or the area. Even doesn't even have to be the house necessarily, but if he drops a person off, but then he's just driving back and forth up the block, so it doesn't really make sense, honestly. But if he drops someone off and someone else goes in there and does stuff, or maybe someone else's go in and do stuff, and they're able to come back out clean somehow, which I don't really honestly see either in that short amount of time. But if they were able to come out somehow clean, maybe he wouldn't even have to be aware of any of it at that point, is kind of what I'm getting at.
No, but in the meantime, you would think he would have implicated them instead of taking it all himself.
How far did Ethan live from there?
Was it 250 yards?
And he's going to spend the night there. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with spending the night there, but I wonder why he did spend the night there and not go back to his place.
Well, what?
His girlfriend.
House full of pretty girls, man. They're asking me to spend the night. I'm staying, brother.
We have Ethan.
Well, I mean, it's his girlfriend, sure, but I'm just saying he didn't stay there every night.
He went from the frat to the house in less than 60 seconds. That's how close they live.
Yeah, it's a walk across the park, literally.
Yeah. And that was on snow.
I had it one time when this case first came out, in 2 computers back. Somebody that was in chat had actually measured from the Sigma Chi house to the girls' house. I want to say it was 250 yards, the distance between the two.
Yeah.
Literally just like you walk from the Sigma Chi house out the back door, across the band field, across Taylor Avenue, cut through a parking lot of apartments, and cross that part of King Road, and you're at the girl's house. It was literally like right there.
It's so close. I mean, it's like walking to your next door neighbor. Well, not mine. It'd take me longer than that to get to my neighbor. But, in a regular neighborhood, maybe 2 houses down.
Can I ask this? Did Ethan, because you keep hearing the rumors, is there anything to confirm he got in a fight that night at the frat house?
No. I've heard rumors that there was an argument, and I believe Xana stepped in and kind of stopped it or whatever, but I haven't seen anything concrete evidence that there was one.
I think we need a break from our regularly scheduled programming to remind the folks that if you click the thumbs up, it supports the channel. There's almost 300 people in here, and less than 100 have clicked that little thumb. So if you could just take a second and support the channel and click that thumb, it'd be awesome. Sorry to interrupt, but
It also puts out
that number is
there
too low. That number is way too low.
Yeah, if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, go do so, please.
Yeah, and while she's live is the best time to do it, because if people are looking for things, you start hitting those like buttons, and it's going to shoot her to closer to the top whenever people are looking for things.
Right.
Well, it brings us more opinions.
Now, we do not know if any of those doors on the inside were locked, do we? The bedroom doors. I know that the dad went there and worked on something. He went there and worked on something, and one of the doors was having problems locking.
Xana's room, allegedly.
But did Xana's room actually have a lock on her door, or where when that was come out about her dad changing the lock, was it the front door? Because I remember seeing pictures and videos, and you could see some of the bedroom door handles in the background, and they didn't have locks on them.
I know every house I lived in college. I lived in 3 different houses in college. Everyone's room had a lock on the door because there were just too many people in and out of the house. I mean, you had to lock your shit up.
Hold on, I'm reading a comment real quick. I gotta find it.
I got a question for you, Al. If you're spoofing a phone, because like I've had friends that used apps to make me think my boss was calling me before and stuff. I answered the phone all freaked out.
That's spoofing a call. Yep.
Okay. Now, so like they've got video of a vehicle. So far as we know, they don't have plates or people getting in and out, but that doesn't mean that they don't. And I'm not saying that anything like other than that. But how hard How hard would it be to get an application in order to clone a phone, to clone the ISP or whatever
Call the IMEIA.
whatever it is that says who you are?
It takes a lot of knowledge to actually physically clone a phone. It's not something that's super easy to do. Now, it's not something that you can't find a YouTube video about, and you might be able to figure it out with, maybe medium to high level tech savvy. It can be done. I've seen it done. There's websites out there that you can spoof a caller ID for free. I mean, I can call you right now from any number you want for free. I can do it under 30 seconds. Draw me a number and I'll do it. It's easy.
Yeah, but that wouldn't in any way say that it was really you at a certain location, or that other number at a certain location.
Right. But now the problem that the police run into on these calls, where they're getting these bomb threats and spoofed calls, when it's a spoof, their communication centers aren't set up for voice over IP, which is what those calls are. And VoIP is routed. I mean, it's bounced all over the world. So to figure out who that person is, that kid is that's swatting someone, that's the big thing now. These kids on their video games, they swat someone rather than lose to them and call and say there's a mass murder happening. And the cops come in full force and there's nothing going on. Well, those calls, that's how they're doing those calls. They're using those websites, be it free or paid, to actually voice over IP and spoof the caller ID and the number.
And there's apps.
Well, there's apps out there, but the apps, I don't know that they work as well as some of the other methods. Like I said, I actually called my friend Deb today and left her a message and told her I had some questions, because she was a Minnesota State Patrol dispatcher for 30 years and she just retired, and she can answer a lot of questions for me about what comes up when a cell phone call comes in. What's on your screen? And she's probably going to think I'm a whack job for asking, but I'm going to ask.
Oh, you haven't yet?
No, I left a message and said I had a couple questions for her, and I haven't heard back from her yet.
Scarlett, you were asking earlier about Brent Kopaka.
Yeah.
Did he attend Washington State University?
I don't know. Let me look that up real quick. Does anybody in the chat know that, if he did or not?
I don't know if he attended, but I do recollect him living less than 2 miles away from Kohberger, though.
Yeah, it was like super close.
It was
walking distance.
He worked there.
Okay.
And Bryan Hoffman mentioned something back in the chat about the pings literally putting him stopped in the area of his apartment, and I seem to recall that too, maybe.
Yep, they did.
And then the other thing, like when the first time I ever brought Kopaka up on here, I definitely made my disclaimers, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to drag veterans through the mud unnecessarily, but I also don't think anyone's above being looked at, I guess. And, Payne and Kopaka, if my memory serves me correctly, and seeing the picture of them together as well, they served together in the 182nd Airborne and were deployed in Afghanistan, even, I believe, together. I don't know, maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a picture. There's like an actual picture of Payne and Kopaka standing together. I did hear someone else mentioning that something about a brother, but I don't remember that. But so, like, at one point, the thought did cross my mind that, it might not be nothing for a brother to help another brother out, as far as like, it's, I have found it odd since I ever heard about it, that Kopaka had his situation and his life end like only 2 weeks after the fact of the situation at the house.
Okay, I just Googled if Kopaka attended Washington State, and it just says on here that there is no evidence to suggest that Kopaka attended Washington State University. No, I had to go back and Google it.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Vapor. 80s. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the military, you're right, Bred to Kill, because look at Lee Harvey Oswald, United States Marine. Charles Whitman, United States Marine Corps. And those two guys there did some dirty deeds.
Well, like Brian Hoffman mentioned earlier in the chat as well, they definitely do teach you how to take someone out quietly with a K-bar.
Yep.
So, my dad is a Vietnam veteran, and I remember him telling me about how it gets done when I was a teenager. And, when you do that, you avoid the windpipe so that it doesn't whistle. And it's at the base of the neck, right below the very bottom edge of your skull, basically.
Well, if you hit the apple, yeah, you're done dealing.
Yeah, you just instantly, there's no more brain doing nothing. Yeah.
But the way I was taught was to come up from behind, put the hand over the mouth, turn the blade sideways so that it slides between the ribs, hit the lungs. Now they're not going to be screaming too much. All that air's rushing out.
Yeah, see, I never had military training.
And blood will fill in. But they'll come up with a different tactic later and a different tool.
Yeah. So, it was definitely on my brain way back that, someone with that knowledge might be able to pull this stuff off easier than someone that doesn't have that knowledge. And then you could also get that knowledge probably from YouTube or anywhere, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a military person, but someone that is trained in that muscle reflex.
See, OJ was taught OJ was taught how to stab by the Navy SEALs because they were going to use him in a movie, Navy SEALs. So they were training him how to do this. And once again, it comes right up during his case.
The other thing I've been thinking about all along is that, if this is BK and it's a first time thing, which was the general contention that it had to be that before there was the possibility of this other person near his home in Pullman, or not Pullman, but in Pennsylvania recently. I don't recall anyone talking about him really probably being an SK other than on here. And I guess I kind of lost my train of thought there a little bit. But
Didn't he take like self-defense and stuff though?
Yeah, I guess he was apparently it's alleged that he studied martial arts and stuff like that.
I think he did kickboxing, I think is what was said.
Yeah, I heard kickboxing.
I don't remember if I've heard anything about any like certain type of martial arts though. I think I've only heard kickboxing. Hey, Vaughn.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be a reason why you're driving that weird route, and to me, it doesn't feel like just dumping off evidence. It feels like there could be more to it than that. I mean, it's kind of a big circle. Let's see. And the fact that they're basically hiding Kopaka's records of the event that happened with him.
That is weird.
That also makes things suspect, in my opinion, a little bit.
Why do they need to hide what happened to this man?
Well, no one ever, in fact, no one ever said this investigation was over. In fact, they said quite the opposite. Even after they got him, they said that it was just the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
And like when they were trying to ask about people being eliminated, or all these people getting cleared quickly and stuff, they kind of alluded to that, they're not looking at certain people, but that no one is truly eliminated either, is the way I recall it. So.
Ultra Soul said the whole case is suspect. Everything about the Idaho 4 case is completely suspect.
Agreed.
It really is.
I am going to jump down a little early tonight. It is hotter than hell in here, and I think it's time for a cold shower and maybe lay in front of a fan because I'm dying. So y'all have a great night. Thanks for having me up. And
you're welcome.
We'll see you maybe tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye,
Thanks for coming up. Have a good night.
Take it easy, guys.
All right.
Always enjoy it.
Yeah, they mentioned. Oh, have a good night, Al. It's good to see you.
Night, Al.
But yeah, they mentioned Vapor, that they were looking for the occupants. I mean, that was probably the only thing that I gleaned from that.
They kept saying occupant or occupants of the car, and I kept thinking, okay, well, like they have this car on video, so can they tell if there's two people or more than one person in the car when they have it on video? Do they have Bryan getting into it? Like,
they should have someone getting in and out of that car at some point if they've got it on camera, and if they know where it stopped and parked and all that.
Because the way they're making it sound, like, did it go? Because like you pass in front of the house, and then there's like the little road that goes in between the girl's house and the apartment buildings next door, and it goes into that the parking lot back there for the apartment building, kind of dead ends. And you can park along like the little wooded area beside the girl's house. So did they go back there and park, and they couldn't catch him on camera back there? So they didn't catch him getting out of the car and entering the car. So they don't really know, like, did he get out on the driver's side or the passenger side? Was somebody else driving? To me, honestly, I still think somebody else is driving the car.
You're talking about that little roadway where you can see Kaylee's window from?
Yeah, I can pull it. Let me pull it up on the maps here,
because I feel like if you're really going to be if you're going to really try to not be seen, that's definitely the way that you're going to be coming from,
and just kind of go into like the backyard, into the back part of the house.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, thinking, as if I was a criminal, let's say, I would definitely park my car somewhere. I'd park my car somewhere where it's not going to be attached to the place directly, and then I would walk, and I would come down that hill that I think that you're talking about, and come through the yard and leave through the yard.
Okay, the house is right there. So this is the house that they said, or this one. This is like multiple, I think maybe two in this building here, and then there's multiple apartments in this one. This 1112 one is the one that had the camera that picked up the noise or whatever. I'm thinking that possibly could also be the one of these two houses that caught the car on camera. But if he goes up this way where it says King Road coming up, and you can see this truck parked back here, he could have very easily parked here, but apparently there's no cameras on the apartment building to catch this area over here. So how do they know if it's an occupant or occupants, or is that just like standard language that they were using, or what? Did they know that there was more than one person in there?
I would say not necessarily, in my opinion, that they just want to know any or anyone that might have gotten in and out of it. But
they don't have a tag number that we know of.
No, not at the time. Not at the morning of the murders. They didn't. They said it was an unknown plate, which Pennsylvania only has plates on the back of the car, where Washington is front and back. So they knew at that time it wasn't a Washington plate. Does Idaho have plates on the front and back of cars? Is anybody in here from Idaho?
I looked it up actually, and if I remember correctly, it was Washington and Idaho both require it, and Pennsylvania does now, but maybe does now, but didn't at the time or something.
Okay. Because I think it was said somewhere that there wasn't a plate on the front of the car, and then whenever the guys over at WSU, the cops over there, when they went to looking through their registrations, they find Bryan's car being a 2015 Hyundai Elantra with a Pennsylvania plate, which he had already gotten the plate switched over to Washington. But I guess he didn't go to them and turn it into them that he had new plates or whatever, because 30 minutes later, another cop is driving around, goes to that parking lot of the Steptoe Apartments where Bryan lives at, and finds the same exact car, but with a Washington plate.
Scarlett?
I'd like to respond to Betty Jo real quick. I'll be completely comfortable if they prove that BK is guilty and they have like hard evidence to prove that, which I don't feel like. I think that I don't think it's overwhelming. I think that the evidence that they have right now is, maybe substantial if they can prove that the timeline and all these things are accurate. But I don't find the evidence that they have to be overwhelming, as a lot of people do.
Well, there's going to be a lot of stuff they don't put in there.
Yeah, I think we're only seeing maybe 5% of the evidence that they have.
How much evidence? Because I don't honestly know how much evidence was in, or how much evidence wasn't in the Murdoch PCA.
That one I didn't read, so I don't know.
Okay, me either.
Typically, they don't put it all in there. They just put enough to get the warrant.
Yeah, just to get the search warrant, and that's it.
Right, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the rest of it. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, all of us are. Okay, Scarlett, explain to me one more time why you think there had to be somebody else driving, because I just don't get that.
Okay, so in the PCA, they claim that Bryan has been to the area of the house. Hey, David, how are you? 12 times. Okay, I believe August the 21st, if I'm not mistaken, was the first time they're claiming that he was there. If a person has been to an area multiple times, they should know the area. They should know where you can turn around, where you can park, where these little roads go, and all this and that. But in the PCA, it also states that this car pulls in at 404. It pulls in multiple times, but at 404, it says that it goes down the girls' part of. We just lost somebody. It pulls down the girls' part of King Road, passes by their house, and goes in front of the apartment buildings next door. It turns around. It comes back down to in front of their house. It tries to park, and then it tries to turn around. Then it goes down to the corner of the two King Roads, the girls' part of King Road, and let's just say the Taylor Avenue part of King Road. And it does a 3-point turnaround. And then it goes back up in front of the girl's house and goes wherever it goes, and either that person driving gets out of the car or they drop someone off. And it doesn't come back out until 4:20. It seems like whoever was driving that car at that time that it was caught doing all them turnarounds and trying to park and this and that didn't really know where they were going, or where to park, or where to turn around, or anything like that.
Either that, or maybe he was indecisive and was trying to make it look like he was lost or something.
That is a possibility. And I had even had, there was a guy that was on panel up here one night, probably 2-3 months ago. I forgot who it was, but he said that he was a professional driver. Like he had clients, he would pick them up, take them to work. That was you?
Yes, sir, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
Ma'am.
And I had asked, when you drive somewhere, like if you have the same clients and you drive to their house, you know where their driveway is, you know where to pull, you know where to park, and all this and that. It just seems like he would have known where to go, and it wouldn't have been all the turning around and trying to park and trying to turn around. There was no snow on the ground at that time. So it's not like it was a bad weather and all this and that. It just seems like whoever was driving that car didn't really know the area that good. And I could be completely wrong. It might have been him. And like you said, he could have been trying to find like the best place to park the car, go get in and out and back to the car without actually being seen. But it seems like if he would have been there 12 times like they're saying, he would have knew that the back part of the house would have been the best spot.
I'm going to say that my observation, number one, is that it's very nonchalant to be doing all that in front of a place if you know that things are about to happen there. And number two, like I've been mentioning more than once, if he was there 12 times, then if he was there 12 times before, then I guess I would definitely agree with you. If he's only been in the area 12 or 11 times and it's his first time there, then maybe not so much. You know what I mean? Because like being in the area and being there might be two different things, which is why I'm saying what I've been saying repeatedly, that those handshakes are going to be where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's going to say that he's within however many feet, meters, however you want to count it out. Around my neighborhood, I can get like half a block. I get a half a block to a block away. That Wi-Fi connection is over with.
Right. Okay,
But,
Brian. Hold on one second, Brad. Brian, if you're gonna use drug names in the chat, please abbreviate them. Don't put the whole word in the chat. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. But so you thinking that someone else has to be the one driving, if there's someone else driving, is mostly based on the fact that he's been there so many times, right?
Yeah, it's just, and I don't know if it might have been like a nervous thing that he had going on that night if he was driving. It's just the turning around and the trying to park, and like he just didn't know where he was going. And you know what I'm saying? It's the
whole hanging out around the front of the house before something like that's about to happen, whether it's you or someone else, that is not making sense to me.
It's like whoever was driving that car, just whether it was Bryan or it could have been a different car. Somebody said it could have been DoorDash, but they're saying DoorDash was delivered at 4:00 and this car is seen doing this at 4:04. It just seems whoever is driving that car did not know where exactly to drive at or where to park or whatever.
I would have thought that back area would have been the most logical place to get in and out.
Absolutely. Park up in the apartment building in one of the empty spots and walk down there, or park your car away from all of it,
right,
where you can go over that hill or something like that.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
But back to the odd parking thing, what I've mentioned more than once is if you're using a GPS like Google Maps or whatever, if the address is a little odd, which it is because it comes up King Road, Queen Road.
Yeah, I don't understand that. They have the girl's house on Queen Road, but their mailbox is a King Road address. Why not just give them a Queen Road address to make it simpler?
Where I'm at right now, I'm like a couple blocks out of Minneapolis, right?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And so I'm in the neighboring city to Minneapolis. But when I receive mail here, it comes up Minneapolis. So it's the same sort of thing where, it like, well, at least that's my understanding of it, which is actually, not direct information from the post office at all.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding was that if you, no matter which road you put on there with that number, it's going to show up at the same mailbox.
Okay.
And so, but what I'm getting at is that with Google Maps, if the address is a little odd or the street, like it'll tell you that you're there when you're half a block away sometimes,
Mhm.
or to turn left at the next corner, but the apartments are like up a driveway, so the GPS gets confused sometimes. So a first time person coming there might do some stuff like that,
Right.
but a first time person coming there, let's say that someone else is driving that car and they drop off BK. Well, if BK has been there 12 times before and scouted the place out, then there's not going to be any problems about where to get dropped off. And I'm going to certainly guess that it wouldn't be right there.
No, I would think for sure behind the house in the wooded tree line where you can kind of like park your car very close to that tree line in that back area.
Yeah.
But this is just another one of the crazy things in this case.
Yeah, that's just it, is that like all these things, the 8-hour gap doesn't make sense. The driving around in front of the house doesn't make sense. Bringing your own phone with you
It really don't make
when
sense.
you're getting ready to commit an act like that, and using your own car, because
Yeah, because
someone could have peeled off a white Elantra somewhere, stole Bryan's plate and put it on their car and did all this even.
right.
You know what I mean? And that
Especially
would make more sense.
when you're leaving your house and they can see when you cut your phone off or put it into airplane mode, and then that just happens to be during the time that these murders take place, and then they can see when you cut it back on or take it back off of.
And I'm not trying to say that that's what happened, by the way, everyone.
No, this is just
saying,
theories, and yeah.
If you're gonna be a criminal mind about it, it would make. And let's say that someone is setting them up, then that would be the sort of thing that you would want to do. You go steal an Elantra just like this guy's. You take his plates, put them back on there while he's still sleeping, whatever. It could get real crazy like that. But
yeah, because there was 90 white Elantras just on U of I campus. I believe it was between 2011 and 2013. I believe that's what it was.
I think that's right.
I never thought of that before just now either, by the way, that someone could even do that. But it would be possible.
People will do a lot of things that you probably wouldn't think of just to go commit a crime and not be caught.
Well, I think what kind of made me think of it is like here in the area that I'm at the moment, there's been people stealing they call them Kia boys, and they've been out stealing the Kias all over, and it started off the internet. But anyways, I was watching a live on YouTube with the sheriff that does a YouTube channel around here, and everywhere. But there was a lady, and she got this car got felony stopped as a stolen vehicle. And what the criminals had done was they stole a vehicle, right? And then they went and found a vehicle just like it and switched the plates. So now this lady got pulled over as if she was a stolen vehicle in her own vehicle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Which I did think was incredibly...
that has to be very scary for a cop to come up to you and be like, this is a stolen car, and you're sitting here thinking, no, it's not, it's my car.
Oh, they stopped her with guns drawn and everything else, just like
God.
A felony stop.
I would have been mad. I'm not gonna lie. I'd have been fuming. But at the same time, just think like she has to go through all of this. And I'm sure she had her registration and all that in her car to prove that is her car. But just think of the stuff that you have to go through to prove that it's your vehicle and that it's not stolen just because somebody switched your plates.
Yeah.
People will do crazy stuff like that though, to innocent people for no reason.
Yeah, but then we have his DNA inside. So, that's where it gets me, is like, I mean, that's an extravagantly brilliant plan if you're going to set somebody up. But how do you accomplish all of that?
How do you set them up?
Just get them to touch a knife sheath.
Yeah, or simply just have, you know, something that he drank off of or ate off of, some way to collect it.
Right. I mean, we even talked about it, and Brad, I can't remember if you were up here on panel when we were talking about it. I had mentioned something about, like, just if you think about it, going into Walmart and they have a knife, like in the sporting goods sections, and they have like the cabinets with the knife, and you get the person behind the counter, like, yo, can I look at that knife? And they hand it to you. You look at it, but you don't buy it. Your DNA is now on that knife. Somebody else comes and buys it. Your DNA is still on that knife.
Yeah,
True.
it was us that was talking about that.
And that is a scary thought.
It is.
I know we don't know for sure if it's touch DNA, but I've heard several people reference it as that, but nothing super official that I can recall. It does just say single source DNA.
Yeah.
But it's also, you know, the paperwork where it says that, you know, more or less that they're not going to, well, it doesn't say, I don't know, does it say that they're not going to use it? But it says that the genealogical data is more or less irrelevant. And I think that could be because they have his actual DNA that they collected from him, so they don't have to use that genealogical DNA anymore because they have the real thing. But you know, they mentioned in the probable cause warrant itself, when they're asking for it to be issued, to not use that as the main reason for the warrant, more or less, you know, that they didn't want that to be the big chunk of why that warrant went out. And then that also, you know, turns into them not needing, that they're not going to more or less use it. So
it's going to be very interesting when this goes to trial. I will say that.
Yeah, I find it very interesting and maybe even suspect at this point, sad to say, that you know, they're pressing for discovery, and they, you know, they're pressing for discovery, and then all of a sudden the grand jury stuff comes out. Well, I mean, the only thing that really, you know, like, we wouldn't have, if they would have had the preliminary hearing, then we would know more than we know now, right?
Right.
And so I can see why that definitely could be the reason why that went down, but it's also very possible that the reason is that they didn't want to have the defense picking apart their alleged evidence and questioning witnesses.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Lady B.
I was just going to ask, do we know if they were going to televise that or not?
The prelim?
Yeah.
Wasn't that said that they were going to?
After the fact. Yeah,
maybe I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I think it's all going to end up being after the fact. They've already allowed, they've already allowed one camera and one photographer.
I know that there's supposed to be, I can't remember if it's the ones coming up in June, but something, I'll have to go back and see if I can find the court document, but there's something that they said that they were going to, or maybe that was Lori Vallow that I'm thinking about, that they were going to live stream it on their own YouTube channel using their own devices in the courtroom. That might have been Lori's that I'm thinking about.
Well, and there's a lot of them now that they're actually streaming it, but a day after.
Mm-hmm.
Scarlett, since this grand jury in Idaho met, does Bethany still have to meet with the defense attorneys?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering, because, you know, that was an agreement that was made that if they quashed the subpoena, she agreed to meet with Bryan's attorney in Boise. So I'm wondering now that they did this whole grand jury thing, if that took that interview away. I was wondering that too. Unless Ann Taylor had already done the interview before the grand jury. And Joanne, thank you so much for that super sticker, honey. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, the only thing that comes into the grand jury is the prosecution's evidence. So if the prosecution was planning on examining Bethany, then she probably did testify at that. And otherwise, I would guess maybe not. But I feel like if I don't know, I feel like maybe we would have heard about it if she denied the interview, but maybe not.
Yeah.
Because there's a gag order.
Hold on, y'all. Y'all go ahead and continue your conversation. I need to mute for just 1 second.
No worries. But yeah, I could see how Kohberger might be secretly nutty enough to be involved in all this, and the single-handedly, I don't know, like
It could have all been a
there's another
twisted
person.
experiment.
Well, there's another person that on another channel that I do like, and they mentioned the fact, and they're like one of the only ones I've ever heard mention it. Well, if he didn't act alone, then why isn't he turning state's evidence?
Well, that's what I asked earlier too. I was like, why hasn't he?
And so, and then that's based upon whether or not he actually asked if others were arrested, in my opinion, But
Yeah, but Gacy said that too, and he know doggone good and well there wasn't.
Yeah, I'm not negating that possibility. I just don't see the benefit of it.
There's just so many little bitty things here and there about quite a few of these guys that I don't know, he just leaves like little breadcrumbs here and there that just makes me...
the copycat feeling, right?
Well, yeah, no, not so much copycat, because I think he did this all on his own.
But it's like,
and all of that. But
it's like he's trying to take maybe John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, BTK, and mix what they did all into his own and make it his own style with like his own twist to it.
Exactly.
It's almost like not actually a copycat, but his own twist of things.
Right.
I guess you could say a copycat without actually being a copycat. Does that make sense?
Those could have been his heroes, and he's going to get a bit of each.
Oh yeah, I think so. Personally,
it's one big BK gumbo. That makes perfect sense. It's like his concoction of all, and there could be others that we probably ain't thinking about, but it's like he's taking them all, he's mixing them all up in a big black pot, and he's throwing his twist on it.
Now, did Bundy ever use a knife? Because most of the ones I saw, he clubbed people right over the head with a stick or a golf club or a brick.
That was to subdue them.
Right. But did he ever use a knife?
Oh my goodness, I'm tired.
I don't know.
Remember.
Let me see. Does anybody in chat know the answer to that? If Bundy ever used a knife? I'm fixing to Google it.
While we're looking for that answer, that the book that his teacher wrote about BTK was required reading for the class.
Yes.
So he would know for sure everything.
That's why he went there.
Okay, so to bring that up, and I don't see where it says on here where I've Googled it that Bundy used a knife, but I'm just kind of like skimming through the results of it. But I got to thinking, and I was watching, Nancy Grace had a lady on her show one day, and they were talking about like steps that possibly BK could have taken. Okay, let's just say he had this fantasy or wanted to do this or whatever. So like his first step would be to get into a school where he can learn the criminal justice and the criminology. He gets into the sales, and he goes under this Catherine Ramsland woman. So he learns everything that she teaches. He learns about BTK and the things that he done. Like you said, the book, that was one of the assignments that her students had to read that. And then he graduates that. Then he goes up, like the next step would be to get into a school to learn more. He gets into the PhD program. all at the same time, BTK, wasn't he a criminology student?
Yes,
I believe
yes,
him and
yes.
Buddy both were, right?
Yeah, he went to WSU for criminology, BTK, and
So
that's Wichita. Not
and right. So he's doing what these people that he looked up to done in his steps. He gets into his PhD program. He finds his victims, or whatever people want to call them. I think Dateline was like a prototype, was the word that they used. So he finds his victims. Next step is start stalking. He does that. It just like these steps that he took, all while putting
yeah,
in what BTK, Ted Bundy. You see what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah, I know. I totally understand what you're saying. I don't think it's a coincidence that he had Lamson.
That what?
I don't think it's a coincidence that he had that teacher.
No, I think he was wanting to go under and study under her. I
I
really
think
do.
I,
And that could be for benign reasons too. You know what I
it
mean?
could
Like
be.
he might
Yeah,
he might have really wanted to help Ellie catch criminals. I mean, that could be just as likely as anything else.
did you go watch that Bryan Kohberger thing that I was telling you about, Scarlett?
No, I haven't honestly had time.
You know, he's the one that now he was 19, I believe, but he had been studying all of this and everything. And remember, he's the one that um, unalived that homeless man and did unspeakable things to body parts that are no longer attached. And he said to them right in his interview, you know, I knew I would always be in this building one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's how it was with Kohberger too. Maybe, you know, he's studying this and then he just turns the wrong way.
Well, it's like the question I asked the other night. Do you think Bryan, if it is him, BK, do you think he carried his pistol with him that night?
I do.
I definitely thought that could be one way to
To do
control the
it.
situation a little bit.
Right.
Once again, Danny Rolling carried a
Yeah.
pistol with him.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of.
There's so many similarities. There's some that aren't, because they say when mutilation happened, but there's
Yeah, but
so
he
many
doesn't have
similarities.
any of it down to the T either. He takes like his own twist to everything, like Scarlett was
Right,
saying.
right.
Yeah.
He's mixed. He's blending them in.
Right.
That's in my opinion. That's what it seems like he was trying to do.
And
Um,
I totally agree with that. That's what I've thought all along too.
there's just so many. Like you got the did anyone else get arrested? You've got the 4 victims allegedly on his first time, which is what BTK and Ted Bundy had. Or
Dan Rowling.
uh, was Ted? I know Ted Bundy had the 4 college girls, but was that his
No,
first time?
no. That's way towards the end. And not
Okay,
all of them passed away. I think only 2 of them did.
2, yeah, but it was still like BTK's first was 4 victims, but then you've got Ted Bundy's 4 college victims,
Right.
and you see how you kind of like threw both of them in there
Yeah,
together.
it's mirrored in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Did
he's
all
mirror
oh,
all of them. No, you're fine. It's like he's mirror all of them together.
were they all essays as well or no?
No.
No, not on Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy attacked on campus at a sorority house.
And didn't he left that sorority house and went down, just like down a couple of houses and attacked another lady?
Yes. And then later, sometime in the point, he came to Florida and he was just going to lay low for a while. And he couldn't get a job because everybody wanted his ID. And he doesn't want to give ID to get a job. And so he goes back doing what he always did. But his last attack, and it's the one he will not talk about with reporters, was that 12 or 13-year-old girl that went to Lake
Yeah.
City Middle School.
I think he
or
was
junior
ashamed
high,
of that
whatever they
one.
called it back then.
Yeah.
But that was his last one, and I
I
don't know if
think
he
he
was
was
driving
ashamed of that.
I don't know if he was driving a van or if he was driving his Volkswagen. I can't remember. But towards the end, but he gets arrested in Pensacola, Florida, or near Pensacola, Florida, and that's on the Panhandle near Alabama.
You know what always gets me about these guys is that, well, you have Bundy, he's with the Republican Party going up and coming and all of this. I mean, he's so good at covering everything. But then I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. It's just that, okay, what gets me, and this has nothing to do with what I just said. One thing that really gets me is how many times these guys are stopped by law enforcement before and after, and they don't catch them. That just blows my mind. I mean, Bundy was stopped. He had no seat in his car and all of this. I mean, they just don't.
Well, his girlfriend was like, "What's the handcuffs for?"
Yeah, and I mean, they just don't pick up on
There was a lot of people weren't picking up on everything that he had in his little Volkswagen.
right.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read up more on Bundy and BTK.
And where did Bundy work? He was going around robbing places. He was a bad boy. I mean, he was doing more than just red rum. He was out there. He was breaking and stealing people's credit cards, their wallets. He was a pickpocket. He knew everything like that. He was a good con artist.
Well, also, I think he might have done it for the adrenaline rush,
Stefanana said he had a kidnap kit in his Volkswagen in Utah. See, that's why I need to read up on these two, because I know just a little bit about BTK and Ted Bundy, but not a whole lot about them.
That's one of the things that makes me feel like what happened there was definitely personal a little bit. And like if it's an SK, then it doesn't have to be personal. It's just the profile of the victims or whatever trips their trigger, as my dad would say. But
yeah, it's like somebody said in chat earlier. I mean, he could have gone into where they worked and they were nice to him because they were on duty, and then he kind of thinks, well, maybe they like me. He hits them up for would you like to go out or whatever, and they turn him down or snub him in some way, and or they're the girls he would like to get and can't, so they happen to be the wrong girls at the wrong time.
Well, I'm just gonna come right out with this. So there's I'm not trying to say that I think for sure that anyone else in the house was involved, but the fact that you got three fairly beautiful women and one guy, I'm surprised that there wasn't any essay in some ways, and the fact that there wasn't makes me think that it could even be a female.
I don't think he had the time. I think if he had the time, it might have been a much different story.
Yeah, 30 minutes is tough for 4 people.
Well, let's okay, but that's assuming that the timeline is correct too.
Right. Well, I mean, that's what's going to be presented, I'm assuming. They have the right to change it as long as they notify the proper channels. But that'd be kind of tough to get. Well, I don't know. There's certain things he can do. I don't want to talk about it here, but there's certain things he could do that would be essay.
Oh, right. I understand that. I understand
found
what
saliva.
you're saying.
At first, they said there was a serial killer one time. And they said no sexual deeds done, no essay. Then they come back later and say, well, we did find saliva in a private area. His saliva. So, I mean, something like that could have happened, but I don't see like what Danny did. he was having his way with those girls.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, now that you mention that, Riddler, I think that would be if he really accidentally left the sheath on the bed somehow, that might be the DNA that they could have too. You know,
See,
if
I
he's
don't
like
think
salivating or something and like drips some sweat on it or
Right.
something like that.
See, my thing with that is I'm not so sure that he didn't leave that there on purpose.
And like ultimately, I mean, I can't negate that possibility either. It was like I said, the first time I ever heard or thought of it was right here on this channel talking to Scarlett, and I do not remember which one of us brought it up first. I think it was me, but I'm not positive. And like, I just can't get, you know, it although it's ultimately possible, I just find it highly improbable.
Yeah, because what are you
And
going to do with the weapon while you're doing everything else? I mean,
well, number one with a sheath like that, you know, you can boot it. You can put it in your boot, which probably wouldn't end up with it being on the bed,
right.
because you'd be able to slip it back into your boot, or you can put it on your belt loop, you know.
Okay, now correct me if I'm wrong, but the sheath itself, I believe it's one that you slide your belt through it. You don't just hook
Right.
it on
It
there.
has
You
a leather
through
loop.
there.
It
So
has a
if
leather
he's
loop.
right, so if he's sliding his belt through that, how would it accidentally
It
fall
wouldn't.
off on the
It
bed?
wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Yeah, there's no way for it to come off the belt unless the belt is undone.
You would have to completely take
And
the
why would
belt
he
out of
take
the
the
other
belt
loops
off?
before it.
Yeah.
I mean, my husband had a cell phone case that, because of the work and stuff he does, he can hit it off easy. So he had a cell phone case that he had to slide the belt through. And then the end of the night, that thing wasn't so easy to get. It's not like it's just going to fall off of there.
No, it wouldn't. And also, there wouldn't be really any. There wouldn't be a good, you know, if you're wearing sneakers, you wouldn't be able to put it in there. So, like at that point, you might as well not even bring it with you. You know, you might as well just walk in with the weapon in your hand.
Which it doesn't make sense. Why would he bring a sheath in? Like and have to hold it in his hand, or if he does lay it down, have to keep it in his mind that he's laid it down and he needs to pick it up and bring it with him.
Because you don't know what's going to happen. You might need that hand or whatever for the fight that ensues. So why would he kind of, what do you call it?
It seems like there's too much baggage to bring into a house that you're planning to go in and do something like this in.
Right. And you kind of disable yourself.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely an extra step to have to pull it. Like let's say you've got overalls on, which have kind of deep pockets, and it has slits that you can get to your inner pockets of your pants. You know,
it's still a chance it could fall out of a pocket, though.
Well, not only that, but there's also a chance in the scuffle he could get stabbed himself.
It's a lot of extra steps to make it available, I guess is what I was getting at. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I always wrap paracord around mine, where the loop is. I got it that way. If something did break, it's still gonna stay connected.
Gotcha.
That's just something I do when I go hiking, or if I
oh, through the knife hilt hole you're talking about?
Right. Well, not just the knife, but the sheath also.
Okay.
Yeah, the sheath I have now. On the knife, all my knives, I went to what's called the Ultra lanyard, and that keeps the knife from your hand from sliding.
Yeah, and if you were booting that particular sheath, you could also use that same type of cord to tie it off to your leg.
Right, or to your the eyelets on your boots or shoes.
And it still goes back to, well, then why the sheath?
Well, here's the thing, you know, like I want to know whether that knife sheath is truly pristine otherwise, other than that DNA. And if so, then I don't see any way that that it could be sitting there without other DNA on it unless someone very carefully placed it there.
Well, and I mean, it's like Scarlett said too, is that you've got the person that sells it to you. You've got who knows how many other people might have looked at that knife. I
Now,
don't
where
see how it could
he
be
got
the
his?
only DNA on it unless it went straight from the manufacturers through maybe Amazon to him.
Well, apparently we don't really know for certain what type of DNA they actually have. I wish that could be clarified for certain.
Hold on, let me go back to the PCA real quick and just see what exactly the wording on it.
Yeah, I believe King Scarlet was correct that on the PCA it says single source.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. That's why. What about all the other DNA too?
So then the other question, like I've been saying, is whether that single source DNA statement means that it's the only DNA on there.
Right.
Okay. Can y'all see where I've got it highlighted? So the Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath.
How do you know if it's blood DNA, Betty Jo?
Yeah, because I haven't seen anywhere where it specifies. Just single source of male DNA.
Like, I'm not being argumentative. I'm genuinely curious.
I have never heard that. My understanding is that, like you said, Brett, is that it's touch DNA.
Yeah, I just haven't heard like a forensic person say it. I don't think personally, but
does it say where at on the sheath it was found, the DNA?
On the snap.
On the button snap of the sheath is how they have it in there.
So either the inside where it actually snaps on or the outside. But it sounds like it's being mostly, I guess I'm not sure on that ultimately.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Okay, so you have this knife and it's on your belt. And when you go to take that knife out, do you or do you not touch that sheath when you're pulling it out?
Yes, you unsnap it at the top where it holds the handle.
Yeah, if it's not already unsnapped, then yeah, you would have to touch it.
You would have to.
No, what I'm saying is, would you automatically put your hand down at the bottom of the sheath to pull it out?
No.
Well, actually, there's a little leather flap, on the edge of that, so you would not necessarily have to touch the snap, but you would have to touch the leather, and leather is porous.
Yeah, so it's gonna pick it up.
You would think that there would have to be something on that knife unless it was brand new, and even then maybe I don't know, but yeah, leather's porous, and so you would think that
yeah, that's my point, is I would think that.
How far back did he order the from Amazon?
Shit.
It was right before he moved.
May, I think it's when it was.
Or,
well, that's what Dateline said.
Yeah.
Was May. Yeah. Don't Dive, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing fine. How's everybody?
Doing good.
Good.
Hello. Hi. That email that I sent you didn't get a chance to check that out, huh, Scarlett?
Let me check.
Because you may want to read that. I've been trying to get your attention, but this is something, and some people in chat's probably going to say, "Oh Lord, she found it in Reddit." But when I read it, put it this way: when I read it, I said to myself, "Wow." I mean, it's something I guess that would be alleged, but it sounds like this person that put this here is knows a lot of information about what happened.
So I'm confused. Can you explain what you're talking about a little bit? Would you mind?
Well, she needs to read the email because it's a lot. It's about Brent Kopaka and Bryan Kohberger, and I think it was another guy. and what two girls was the target, and pretty much how it went down. And I said to myself, well,
isn't that what Rogers said?
well, I don't know, but it's got a lot of detail in it. And it's Bryan Hoffman. You were right on some of it, a little bit of it, but it's just got a lot of detail. And I said to myself, wow, what if that's exactly what happened? Because it sounds like it's possible. I could possibly see that happening.
But this is not the Papa Roger thing, right?
No, ma'am. This has nothing to do with that Papa Rogers. Actually, the Papa Rogers, y'all may not realize this, but it was a frat guy that designed that website.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Oh yeah, I know. That was a frat guy.
Because he got really close to, and I wasn't trying to be like
snitty. Oh no, that's okay.
Asking.
Yeah, no, that Papa Rogers, that was actually a fraternity member. That was a fraternity member. That was confirmed by.
Crazy.
Yeah. So I mean, but I kind of thought it was that guy, the one that was saying that DM was really a guy. Mm-hmm. The one that I'm talking about. Okay, well, I thought it was him, but it wasn't.
We talking about
wasn't.
Twitter Justin? That's who you're talking about?
Yeah. I thought it was him, but no, this was actually a fraternity member. The Papa Rogers guy. Okay. And then they have a guy that
I'm gonna have to read through all of these before I bring them up.
Okay, well let me tell you this though. The way that I put them in the email, I may have did them backwards, the pages. Okay. So I don't know if you're going to have to start with the last page first and read and then go to the next one, but do it backwards.
Okay. And I just want to say, I saw your name on your email. I saw your name on your email. And you're from Louisiana, right?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Fellow Louisianan.
Yay!
That is awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll read through them.
Okay, it's very interesting, Scarlett. And I don't know if this is true or not, but this person, I don't know where she got this from. I don't know. I said to myself, well, maybe she made this up. But then, there's no way she made this up and just put that in Reddit like that. There's no way. You don't just think of something off of your mind like that and come up with that as detailed as it is. You just can't do that unless you've got some kind of information to be able to put it in there. You know, I mean, it would have been very good to talk about tonight. I'm sure everybody would have been amazed by you reading this tonight, but I mean, you can always do another live or something on it.
Yeah, there's like several of them on there, so I'm gonna go through them and read them first, and if they're out of order, like you were saying, I'll try to figure out the order, whatever, and I can show them tomorrow night.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, bye everyone. Thank you, Scarlett.
I'm officially curious.
You're welcome.
Okay. Bye.
Nice to meet you, hon.
Y'all too. Take care.
All right,
yeah, good to see you, don't Dave.
Yeah, see, I was reading earlier on this Brent, and I mean, there's some wild stuff out there. Mm-hmm. And, they both drove the same kind of car. They both had a K-bar. They both worked at Washington State University. But when you go in and try to research it yourself, okay, that's why I asked earlier, did he work there? And what kind of job did he have after he got out of the Army? He had to do something to eat, I'm sure. And you can't find anything.
Bryan seems to know a lot.
But you can go to these other sites where these sleuths are saying, oh, this is what he did, and this is what he drove, and this is how they were buddies, and he sold him the knife. There's people on there that swear that, but like I said, you can't find any concrete proof.
I've heard that there's no real. I've even heard that there's no real proof of his roommates. You know what I mean? Or like, I don't know what's real about any of that, except for the fact that they won't release the information about it, and and the fact that it happened 2 weeks or so after the fact. I think I could be mistaken on that.
I think it was. I think it said he was. Wait, I wrote it down a second ago when I looked it up. I think it was December the 15th when that. Where did my paper go? Good Lord, y'all done lost my paper. I believe it said December the 15th though.
Oh, so that'd be a little over a month then.
Yeah,
roughly a
Yeah,
month.
I think it was.
Now he passed away at 4:25 in the morning. Brent.
It was like a nine-hour standoff, I believe is what it said. What did I write that down?
And he was living in the apartments near the Washington State University, wasn't he?
I think it was like right off of the WSU campus, like kind of like the girls' house is. Like the
Right.
campus is like right
less than a
there.
mile or two.
Yeah.
And
like
the lead investigator in this case happens to have a connection to him.
True. I believe they were in the military together, is what was said. Yeah.
I
No,
believe
don't
that there's
dive.
a picture of them together even.
Don't dive said, by the way, I'm not WSU Kim or Dave. No, honey, you've got the pure Cajun accent. There's no way you could be either one of them.
Oh, I know you're not either one of them. Don't dive. I've seen you all over too. Right along with me.
Yeah, she does. You can hear. That's why I asked her about being from Louisiana, because you can hear that Cajun accent coming out.
I've been to Louisiana several times, but let me tell you, that's some tough driving.
Oh, the roads here are horrible.
I went to a place called Homa.
Homa?
Oh my gosh. And then I went to a place called Winfield.
Yep.
Never saw so many dirt roads in my life.
Kind of like where I live at. Nothing but a bunch of back roads.
And I'm talking about, I'm not talking about 2 miles or half a mile. I'm talking about miles and miles of dirt road.
Oh yeah, that's Louisiana.
I mean, I could see somebody's driveway to a farm, dirt road.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm talking about where another town is. You're on all dirt road. You're going in the past. It's like going down to Cuba. You thought it was 1950s and it froze.
Yeah.
Time froze.
That's how it is. It's all. I mean, I live at the end of a dirt road. My dirt road's over a mile long.
Night, Betty Joe.
Betty Joe, you have a wonderful night. Tonka said her ex is from Homa. Yeah, we have a Homer which is in the northern part of Louisiana, and then we have a Homa, which is down south.
Yeah, that's right there near the Gulf.
Mm-hmm.
And then what, on that body cam where the father, BK's father, is talking about the event happening with Kopaka.
Mm-hmm.
How much time is, like, when did they leave, and versus when it happened? Because that's kind of weird too, a little bit, I have to admit.
I think they left Washington on December the 15th.
Now, Brent Kopaka, he barricaded himself in an apartment, right? And then he started firing shots with his
they said
whatever weapon he had, and then the police got him, right?
Something about he had he was holding his roommates hostage or something like that, and then they got them out, and then he had fired some shots inside of his apartment, and I guess after 9 hours, that's when SWAT felt the need that they had to do what they did.
Right. Let me see if I can find out what time of day he passed away.
And let me see. Bayford did send me an article. Hold on, let me grab it real quick.
So you're thinking that it was the same day, basically? Because I think
What
that is what
that they
well,
left?
it was the 15th that you said for Kopaka expiring or having a
Yeah,
situation.
it was like
I
early
feel like
that
it's
morning, I guess. And then I don't know what time exactly Bryan and his dad left Washington, but I do believe it was on December the 15th. Let me get this article.
because there was some people, thinking at one time that maybe he got swatted. If you know what that means.
Yes, I did hear that too. I heard that somebody had said, and this there's no proof out there to this. And Gigi, have a wonderful night, honey. That somebody had said they would wondered if maybe Bryan Kohberger had Brent Kopaka swatted. Now I don't know if he did. I don't know if he didn't. There's no proof.
Right. I
Either
realize
way, but I had heard that.
Yeah.
I just read 2 news articles and both said 4:23 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
Wow.
That SWAT announced.
So I wonder what time Bryan and his dad left Washington.
Yeah, good question.
Because I would assume you're traveling that many miles, you're going to try to leave as early as possible. Kind of get on the road, early enough or whatever, beat the traffic, but possibly weather. But he did go south of the weather down into Colorado, which you're adding, what was it, 200 miles to the trip, I think they said, in so many hours. So that would be another reason why you would want to leave early. Just seems kind of funny that the Brent Kopaka thing happens the same day that Bryan Kohberger leaves Washington going back home.
Yeah. One of my thoughts at one time would be that the amount of time between the event at the house and the event with Kopaka, for someone if someone had a conscience later about stuff, maybe they might freak out and have a situation like that. Like, okay. Just like as something that popped in as the realm of all possibles, not like a,
Right. Okay, this says, and this came out December the 20th. So, 5 days after Brent was killed? But it does say the Whitman County Coroner's Office announced Monday that 36-year-old Brent Lee Kopaka died Thursday during an incident at the 1000 block of Southeast Latall Street in Pullman. The coroner stated in a news release that the cause of death was a gunshot wound and the manner of death was ruled a homicide. The name of the officer who shot Kopaka hasn't been released. A Washington State Patrol trooper told the Daily News the Washington State University Police Department will soon release the officer's name after going through their procedures and policies. I don't think they've released the officer's name yet, have they?
I don't know that they've released anything, to be honest, other than like a little bit of I've heard a little bit of scanner, alleged police scanner action from that time, but that's about it.
Yeah, I heard that there was the scanner call of like the 911 or whatever, or the 911 call, I believe it was, and I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I did see that it was out there. See, J. Lord said yes, they did. It started with a B. Okay. I must have missed it somewhere.
I know people have FOIA'd the information about it and been told no, that it's still active.
Oh yeah, you try to FOIA something in an investigation that's still open, and you ain't getting nothing. They won't. They'll tell you it's still open. We can't send you nothing, and they will deny the request.
And then the question becomes, why is it still open? Obviously.
Right. I mean, it seems like they would have had body cam footage, I'm sure. And I don't even really want to say it seems like a cut and dry case, but I mean, they know what happened. Unless they're looking for the reason why this cop made the shots. Like, was there really a reason that he should have done that?
But the pictures that I've seen, the picture that I saw of Kopaka and Payne together, like they definitely they seem like perfectly good guys to me. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean, if you're military, of course, you're keeping your dog face on a little bit, you know. And in that picture that I saw, Payne especially, I would say looks like a very nice person,
And I did hear that Brett Payne and Chief Fry, the night of the incident when the whole standoff was going on, and I don't know if this is true or not, this is just what I heard, that they were both in Pullman as the standoff was going on.
Say that again?
That Chief Fry, Moscow PD chief,
okay.
and Officer Payne were both in Pullman at the standoff when it was happening with Brent Kopaka. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that is a rumor that was going around. And I would assume it could possibly be true just because Officer Payne and Brent Kopaka were friends. They were in the military together and all this and that. So it could be a possibility. But there's no proof of that out there. All right, let's see. It says, according to past reportings, the Pullman Police Department responded to the 1000 block of Southeast Latell Street on Wednesday evening to a report of a man allegedly threatening to murder his roommates in their apartment. Officers tried to speak to the man, now identified as Kopaka, who barricaded himself inside his apartment. Whitman County requested assistance from the Washington State Patrol later that night. Pullman Police crisis negotiators and the Whitman County Regional SWAT team responded, but Kopaka began firing inside of his apartment. Kopaka was fatally shot by the SWAT team member early Thursday morning, and according to past reporting, the SWAT team took action after negotiations failed. But still, what was their reason?
I think if Payne was really there, they would probably have him talking to him if they really know each other and all that.
That's what it's.
That's what I was just thinking.
I mean, maybe they did that. Maybe that is the reason why he was there. If he was, maybe they had him come in to try to talk
him down.
To him. Yeah. I mean, I could see it being true, but I don't know if it's true that they were there.
Right.
How traumatic that would be, though, for somebody you're that close to have. That would be.
I'm pretty sure that's the first I ever heard that, actually, and that if that is true, it's very interesting, I guess, at the least.
Let me see. Where did I start off at?
Really, just Betty Jo just said it was December 14th, that Wednesday.
Okay, so that Wednesday was December the 14th. Okay, thank you, Betty Jo.
Crazy, man. Look at the time of day and the day of the month, and
yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to say that it is more than a coincidence, but it's pretty wild.
Right around the time.
Conspiracies get started, that's for sure.
Yeah, right around the time that Bryan leaves from Washington State, going back to Pennsylvania.
I did hear the same thing you heard about him swatting him.
Yeah, I'd heard that. Like I said, there's no proof of it, but it could just have been a rumor that was going around, because you know how people will just have nothing better to do but sit around and think up. Yeah, they were in the military together. Bryan, I don't know. I've often wondered if they possibly crossed paths at one point, being right there at Washington State and all that. So it's a possibility they might have knew each other, might have talked, might have been. Well, Bryan's a vegan, so I was going to say maybe at a restaurant or something, but I don't know.
I'm looking at what you got posted up in the last paragraph. It said the SWAT team is composed of officers from the Pullman Police Department. That's Idaho, right? And the Whitman County Sheriff's Office. That's Washington.
No, Pullman is Pullman is Washington also.
Okay, that's what I want to. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Lady V, I got 2 of you trying to come up. Wait, she must have got kicked. Did you get kicked?
Yeah, I was mentioning that Lauren Cakes about that the dad bringing it up on the second stop, I think it was. And by the way, that stop that you showed was not 10 minutes apart. I've never seen mainstream media recant on that or set the record straight.
Mm-hmm.
Now they just refer to it as being the same day or something like that.
There's something, what is it called with the body cam? Oh, we lost Lady V both of her things now. Shit, it's something to do with a certain time zone. I forgot what it was now, or what it's called, but it's something to do with the time zone. Like they only use like the same time zone or something like that.
Okay, but I still don't see how that gets it to that shaved of a time, because that's not how that works. But because one is at 1500 and something and the other is at 10 a.m.
Yeah, because the way they were saying it wasn't making sense. I forgot how it was, but it's something to do a universal time zone is what they call it.
UTC or whatever.
Yeah, and then you have to. I'd have to go back and read it. It's been so long ago, but
it is complicated. It was a little complicated.
It was weird because they wasn't making sense with the time that they had on the camera and the times that they were saying that they were apart, because I've heard 10 minutes apart, and then I've heard was it over an hour, 2 hours, something like that.
So they changed time zones more or less while they were driving.
That's what it seems like. But I have to go back and see where the time zone, like from Central Time Zone to Eastern, is, if it's in the state of Indiana. I'd have to go back and look. I have to go back and look at that whole thing. I remember looking it up whenever it got brought up, and it was like a whole big long thing that it with the graph and all this and that, and it's kind of complicated. But yeah, they were saying 10 minutes apart, and then some people were saying no, it was like a few hours apart. And
well, between 10 something and 1500 something is 5 hours.
Exactly.
So
yeah, it was. I've got it somewhere in one of the folders that I did get off of my old computer. I just got to go through them to see where exactly.
I got my fingers out for that, Scarlett.
Okay, let me finish reading this real quick. I got to remember where I stopped off at. Okay, let's see. I think I read that one. So Kopaka, I read that one too. According to the past reporting, the SWAT team took action after negotiations failed. Kopaka's behavior intensified, and the situation continued to pose a danger to the community and the officers. Kopaka was found deceased by the SWAT team after they cleared the apartment. Corbelli Funeral Homes posted Kopaka's obituary Monday afternoon, stating that he was a veteran who served in the U.S. Army from 2005 to 2009. He sustained a traumatic brain injury in combat in Afghanistan, which caused him to have PTSD symptoms, according to the obituary. So during the incident, the 28 residents, including 20 student residents and 8 non-student residents, were evacuated from the complex, according to past reporting. They were transported to WSU's Beasley Coliseum, relocated to WSU Student Recreation Center, and then moved to a hotel while the complex was being investigated. According to the past reporting, the case was passed to the Palouse Area Law Enforcement Critical Incident Response Team and WSU, or Washington State Patrol, who are currently investigating the incident. And Washington law requires an independent agency to complete further investigation when an involved officer uses deadly force. The SWAT team is composed of officers from Pullman Police Department, the Whitman County Sheriff's Office, and WSU Police Department. So they got 3 different law enforcement agencies that consist of the SWAT team. So how often do the SWAT team members get together and go over what it like their training from these 3 different, like, because you would have the training of, let's just say, Pullman Police Department, but then you also got to have SWAT training. So all of these people from these 3 law enforcement agencies all have to have the same time off from those 3 agencies in order to go train for the SWAT team.
Most definitely.
So, I mean, when would they have time to properly do that?
Oh, they would whenever it's scheduled, I imagine.
It could be one of their days off, and they'll just say, like, next month we're going to practice on the 2nd Saturday, and they'll find an old building to go work at. And
but just one day, like, SWAT is very tactical, and
I'll bet they get paid on the clock by their departments, you know.
But we're not talking about Chicago or Los Angeles. And they're just training for what's in that area. But, I mean, yeah, they'll take it serious, and they'll go through the whole thing. They'll have experts in there training them. But maybe they did it 5 Saturdays in a row, and then from now on we'll do it every other Saturday, or Sunday afternoons we'll practice together.
That makes sense.
And they may also be, because I've seen, like, here, even in my town, a police officer, and then underneath, around by his badge, it says SWAT team. And right now, it's not like they're sitting around like a fireman waiting for a fire to go off, getting an alarm and, let's get the SWAT team together. Let's go. Everybody jump in the van.
Yeah.
They're already out there, and then they'll go gather up.
Okay.
But practice and teamwork that's what's going to work.
Right. It seems like they would have to have, I guess, a good bit of training.
Yeah, I mean, just clearing a room takes a lot of training.
Right, because I mean, you gotta stay in tune with each other when you're going through just clearing a building. Like you all gotta be like, you gotta know who's gonna go what way, this way, And
that's why our military is the best in the world, because we train the best.
Right.
And that's why the military has problems when Congress makes cuts, or the president or whoever wants to make cuts to the military, because now we can't train.
Right.
That's where all the money's going in. Well, I mean, most of it into training.
Most of it's going to Ukraine.
Okay, let me finish reading this real quick so I can get this down off of my screen. Let's see. Okay, so I read the part where it's composed of the 3 departments. So more information will be provided by WSP as the investigation progresses. According to the past reporting, when the Police Area Law Enforcement Critical Incident Response Team finishes its investigation, the Whitman County Prosecutor's Office will review the case. Okay. Just Amber, how are you? So eventually we should get to see more on Brent's case and what because I would like to know what the reason was that they felt that they had to do that.
I agree, regardless of anything else. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like, was there nothing else they could do to talk this man down? I mean, did you really have to do that?
Yeah. It's definitely a terrible outcome. That's for sure.
Tommy, thank you so much for stopping by. We're happy that you joined us tonight. There was somebody else I just seen in chat that I was going to say hi to. Harbinger, how are you? Okay, so in Indiana is Eastern time, but a few counties around Chicago are Central time, and I gotta go back to that. In 5 lowest counties that border Kentucky are on Central Time. Our counties got to choose. Okay, thank you for that information. Hey, K-Match, how are you? Let's see. Oh, Lauren wants to know who is Kopaka's roommates. That is a good question. And Sally, I agree with that. And that's why I'm asking, not only was he a veteran, but his family said that he had a TBI, which is a traumatic brain injury, and PTSD. So was there just like, did they exhaust everything that they had um, before they did what they did?
You said 9 hours, right?
Yeah, it was. That's what they said. 9 hours.
It's a long time to talk somebody down.
Right.
Well, if there's any closure to be had that the family hasn't had already, I hope they find it. I pray that they find it.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
For
like,
sure.
the very first time I ever mentioned his name, I felt bad about it, and I definitely said something about it too. You know, like
Yeah.
not trying to run a guy through the mud, but like, you know, it's hard not to look at every possibility under the sun when
It
you don't
is,
have
but
answers.
Yeah.
it is, but it's heartbreaking too. I mean,
Right. I'm just curious to know if there was something else that, like,
In my gut, I feel like he was genuinely a good guy. I do.
Yeah.
I do too.
That's my intuition on that is like, if I look at his face in the picture and kind of look into a person's character a little bit or whatever, you know, he might have been hardened and tough, but I feel like he's probably a good guy, and I feel like that might be the very same case with BK, to be perfectly honest. You know, I feel like we don't really know how good or bad of a guy he is or isn't, and like, so in order for any of us to appreciate our own rights, we have to appreciate his as well.
Exactly.
You know, and that's why I feel the way I feel, and like, I'm not trying to call him innocent or guilty. I'm just trying to make some sense out of what doesn't really make much sense.
And I think that's what we all are. At least, I might sound like I think that he's guilty, which I do, but I'm not trying to convict him. In my mind, I'm trying to figure out the thought process and the logic or non-logic behind everything. I mean,
Yeah.
Like
I
just
just
Amber
really
said,
think
just Amber says they could have used a non-lethal measures. It just, what was the reason why they did what they did?
right.
I'm with you, Midwest Girl. Prayers for his family and all of his friends, and for his soul itself, even.
Right. And Midwest Girl, how are you tonight?
And I just find it really weird that was like one of the first things that came out of his dad's mouth whenever they got up.
Yes.
It's
Like,
hard
why?
to
Where
get. It's
did
hard
that
to get
come
around
from?
that.
Yeah, it's almost like, okay, well, focus on this hand while we do this over here on this hand behind her back,
Yeah, because he was like, well, yeah, there was a mass shooting, and then Bryan was like, well, we don't know if it was a mass shooting. Why even bring it up?
Yeah, it was weird.
It's almost like you were saying, well, we left Washington State University because that happened.
Yeah.
Like, is that the reason why you left Washington State University, because that happened?
No.
No, it's pre-planned.
And it's weird how it was brought up when it really, I don't think there was even any reason for it to be brought up by
it
his
was
dad.
so quickly too. It was just like almost immediately.
But hang on, the cop asked him what they were doing, or asked him something, and he said that's what he was doing. He was on the spot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, look, this may be the guy that that you might be on the lookout for, but we're innocent and we're leaving, kind of thing, or I don't know. It's weird. I think he told his
They were
dad.
asked what they were doing. He told them.
Lady B, you think he told his dad what he did?
Yeah, I think he told his dad.
I've always wondered if he did, like if him and his dad had that father-son relationship where he felt he could tell his dad anything.
Yeah.
Vapor just threw up a name in chat, Lost. I don't know if you've seen that yet.
Let's see. Wait, I gotta get back on my chat over here. December the 23rd, 2022, officer involved in the fatal shooting during the SWAT team standoff was WSU Police Sergeant Brett Boyd. Okay, thank you for that. That's the first time I've ever heard that name.
And I don't really know why I feel that way, except for the fact that I think they had that kind of relationship, and I think that's the only person Bryan would trust. Also, it would explain why his dad brought that up so quickly with the police there. I don't know. I just think it's...
Let's see. Tonka says, what if Bryan left Washington because he was afraid of being offended like Brent? I believe this case is way bigger than what's being presented to the public. I often said, okay, I got what you're saying, Tonka. I think it's way bigger than what they're telling us to.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Another anomalous thing to this situation is that, Bryan not Kopaka, but BK, he was in ROTC with aspirations of being specifically an airborne ranger.
Right, and they train.
He would look up to both Kopaka and Payne. I think that if they had a relationship, that he would like concede to them and not try to be the smartest guy in the room, probably even, and like look up to them. And that's a feeling that I've had from
Lady V, what was you saying?
Don't they train self defense when they're in the ROTC and stuff because they're getting ready to go to the academy and all that?
ROTC in high school, I've taken Army ROTC and Air Force ROTC. Really, the only thing we learned how to do was march, your about face, right face, left face, how to salute. You learn how to dress in your dress uniform properly. And what else did they teach us? And then there was like a thing that you would go to like the Army post or to the Air Force base. They had like, it was called like a field day type thing where you would do like courses and running courses and stuff like that. It wasn't nothing like what they train you like in basic training or anything like that. It's just if you take ROTC and you graduate high, or even just your freshman year, if you were to go straight into basic training, you would already know, you would have a heads up on some of the people going straight into basic training without any training at all.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like if they did ever have contact with one another, that they would probably be buddies, maybe even.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. That would, Bryan would be like sitting there listening, Brent's telling him, like military stories, and because he was interested in that type of thing. That's a possibility.
It's what he always wanted to do.
Right.
It's also something that I kind of always wanted to do, but my dad wouldn't sign for me, and by the time I was eligible, they wanted people with college education only.
Mm-hmm.
Well, JROTC is the high school. ROTC is the college.
College, right.
But there are some in high school, because as strange as it sounds, there's people graduating college before they graduate high school. They're taking college classes while in high school.
Yes, that is true.
Right. I mean, I got a friend of mine, she's had her associate's degree before she got her high school degree.
Mm-hmm. And there's people like that I went to high school with that was it was the Air Force ROTC that we were in the last part of my high school years. And between junior and senior year, they went through their whole basic training. They had joined the military, did their basic training. They come back for senior year. And then as soon as they graduate, they deploy, or wherever it is that they're going for additional training or whatever.
I remember when I was in basic military training in San Antonio, Lackland, those who had the JROTC, they only had to go half the time that we went.
Mm-hmm.
And when they graduated, they had higher rank than we did. They were already sewing, excuse me, they were already sewing stripes on their uniforms.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of, and if you get it, it's all going to mount on how strong the military advisor there is that's working with the JROTC on your training. Some will really get down into deep stuff. I mean, deeper than Boy Scouts and all that. And then some are just like you just said. Some will they're just going to worry about how you march and wear your uniform and presenting the flag.
My freshman year in high school, freshman and sophomore, I was Army ROTC. I never marched so much in my life in my freshman year. You talking about and it's only an hour a day, and it's nothing but marching, just doing this and doing that, and your flanks and your faces and saluting and attention. It's
discipline.
Oh yes, it was just like, oh my God, and I loved it. But I was just like, I'm so tired of walking, because it was my last my last hour of school, and I went to this big, huge high school, and classes maybe on one side of school, and then you got to walk to. So I was already getting enough walking in during the day, and then I have to go march for the last hour. But that's really, and then the Air Force, when you're sitting in a classroom and you're learning about aerodynamics and about airplanes and all this and that. All right, Vapor, have a good night.
Night, Vapor. I think it's pretty cool that you did that myself. I think that's pretty awesome.
I loved it, but it was just, it can be intense. Just the junior ROTC can be intense at times. And not to mention, like I said, you have to dress in dress uniform once a week, and you get graded for that. And all that.
Yeah, the guys had their military haircut. The females had to back then they had to put it up in a bun.
Hair had to be above the collar.
Right.
Yep.
And there's so many different organizations that will go to their schools at the end of the year and present awards to each one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And some of those awards, they got some strong backings with them that look good on a resume.
Yeah, I mean, there was kids that I went to school with when they graduated. They had scholarships to West Point and
right,
all that.
And once again, the schools here, mostly in my town, are Navy. There's a few Air Force, but ROTCs, but they're trying to get congressional approval to go to those academies. Congress has to sign off on it for you, your local congressman, and they can only take back. I don't know what the rule is now. It used to be only 2 can go from each congressional area. So now you got the Air Force, the Navy, Naval Academy, and you got the Military Academy, which is Army.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the Marines would go to the Navy, and Space Force would go to the Air Force Academy. Right. I'm sure till they get that all straightened out.
Yeah, it can be intense.
And
go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking about I was thinking about your title and the topic, and like the one common thread that seems to be happening here is that information being withheld in all of these things.
It's like I get the gag order part of it, so there is some information that they have to keep close to them, but there's some things that they could come out and like clear up some rumors here.
Well, you heard about the sticker gate thing, right?
I heard about it a little bit, but not enough to know exactly what happened. But I know that Moscow wasn't, like the PD there was involved in it. And I've heard that there was a lot of stuff that they hid and kept away from the public and all that. I want to say Brian Hoffman also sent me that information or told me to look into it or something.
Yeah, well, they eventually released some video, but they didn't include the audio, if I remember correctly. So, but the common thread again is that they they like to hold out information.
Which, if you don't have anything to hide, why are you hiding information?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I get if you gotta, because if you're keeping it to yourself for the investigation, like they are in Bryan, and you're going to present it at a trial to either get a conviction or not get a conviction, then technically you're not hiding something because you're guilty of something, meaning the police department. But if you're hiding it to be hiding it, and you don't want nobody to know about it and don't want it to come out no matter what, then you're hiding it because you're guilty of something.
Right.
Or they're protecting someone.
If you look at most
reputation, or maybe someone knew he was going to do it or something, or that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have to say I love your accent, Tony.
Oh, thank you. Who was that?
That's Lady V.
Oh, hello, Lady V. I have to say I adore you. I think you're a bit wacky in your opinions, but I appreciate that. I think it's cool.
Oh, well, thank you.
With all respect, of course. I'm 53 years old, divorced, full-figured, and not looking for a woman, but thanks for asking.
Oh, I'm married 40 years, then. I'm going nowhere. What is that accent? Is it like... I'm trying to figure out.
Accent.
New Zealand, right, Tony?
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. Anyway, I just had to say that. I'm a sucker for accents.
Thank you so much.
I married into a Dutch family, so that ought to tell you something.
Yeah, no, they sound terrible. I get where you're coming from now.
Okay, so K-Mash says, what if Kopaka picked up on BK being sus before anyone else? BK picked up on that and had him swatted. Just a theoretical question of my own speculation. Possibility.
Who wrote that?
K-Mash. I mean, it seems like anything is a possibility, and all possibilities seem like they make sense. There's just no proof to back any of them up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We need more real input. I agree with that.
Yeah, more theories. I mean, and y'all, don't get me wrong. We're not saying anything. Anybody on panel that has talked tonight, or even people in the chat that I've seen, have not posted anything as being facts. We are only putting out opinions and or theories out here, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it's always good to hear other theories because, like I said, there's just so many different ones that do make sense.
Think about all these other cases that go on, daily, because after I'm done with my YouTube day, let's say, or whatever, I kind of look at the news and stuff, which I also do on YouTube, by the way. But, there's stuff going on all over the place all the time. And usually the body cams are like almost immediately presented. Like the moment that they've figured out what they need to figure out from it, it's out there, It might be blurred out, or whatever, but it's out there. Especially if there's police involved.
Yeah, this case has a lot of grey in it, and that's why there's a lot of speculation. It's not black and white. And it's black and white to some people who are making an emotional decision. If anyone looks into it logically, we'll see there's a lot of grey there, and that's why there's so much talk about it, as well as it being very emotive because of the victims and the method of killing. But there's a lot of grey. There's a lot of grey and a lot of possibility there.
Yeah.
And me, I mean, this may be wrong. I don't know, but maybe I'm just being honest where others aren't. But this guy fascinates me. Trying to. I don't mean that in a good way so much as
he might be free in 2 years.
Huh?
Keep that in mind. He might be free in 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Lord.
That would be terrible. But I mean, well, and I mean that's why
only if guilty.
Yeah, And that's why I've always been like into all of this stuff, is because the thought processes and the things behind it are what really that I like to discuss. That's why I really, when I think about it, I'm not really thinking he's guilty or not guilty. I'm trying to figure out his thought process behind it more than anything else.
So you confirmed he's guilty. You just want to find out why he did it.
No, I don't. I no. There's enough. There's enough here that I actually kind of worry that he could get off. I mean,
it's not like say the Sarah Boone case where, she zipped him up in a suitcase and then taunted him while he was in there, and they have the video evidence of it. There's not really a smoking gun, and the sheath's a bit questionable if that's the smoking gun.
Exactly, and whether he did it or he didn't do it,
yeah,
I don't know. He acts like he and his legal counsel act like they got something up their sleeve, and
yeah,
they very well might.
I think he's actually like his appearances in court. I actually haven't read much into them. I mean, if he was laughing or if he was smirking or pointing faces or fingers at families and stuff like that, I think there'd be enough for YouTubers to go crook about it. But actually, I think it's just been a lot of reading into what was basically almost a respectful demonstration in court. I thought it's quite normal for a guy on the amount of stress he's handling and what he's facing, if he's innocent. If he's guilty, he's still facing a lot of stress. He's facing a lot of stress. So, yeah. That's just one.
With your life on the line, stress is definitely high level, no doubt. Like regardless of whether he knows he's guilty or not.
I mean, he didn't have sweat running off his nose or anything like that. There's no point where he sort of smirked or people. I'm sure some people will slow the video down to 1,000th of a second and find a slight smirk. Someone and say he was smirking, but I didn't see anything like that. I thought it was quite a normal appearance from someone facing that.
He just has an air of being cocky to me.
There's also the fact that he's got a lawyer who is like definitely clued him in on how to act or not to act or
definitely
whatever.
She actually seems very at home, like she's cooking, making apple pie in the kitchen.
Yeah.
The prosecutor, though, looks like he's fumbling around for quarters on the sidewalk, just in my opinion at this point.
I mean, it seems like I'm sure she probably was like, and I heard another, I want to say he was an attorney, but might have been like a prosecutor in the past also, but said that Ann Taylor's probably telling whenever you walk into the courtroom, like, don't look in the gallery because, the victims' families are there. You just walk in, you go sit down in your seat, and you look straight ahead. Don't look around. Don't show emotion. Don't anything, because they know that anything he does is going to be picked apart, no matter what it is.
Oh yeah, him clutching his
jaw.
teeth.
Yeah.
People have made a big deal of it. Well, it's just like whenever they first brought him in, and he, like, I personally think he was licking his lips, but it made it look like he was almost sticking his tongue out at people. It's like, okay, any of us on any given day could have a picture taken like that.
Right. It's almost seeing what we want to see there.
Scarlett, I talked to a former prosecutor this afternoon.
Okay.
He's no longer working in that field. And what I told him, he says, he said he quit watching the case once the gag order came out because now everything's hearsay.
Right.
But he said, it doesn't make sense that she's hearing someone say, I think someone's in the house. Noises are being heard. And then what was came out of Zaina's room?
The crying, and she thought she heard a male voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you, or I'm here to help you, or something like that.
And he can't figure out why the 911 call didn't happen then.
That's like my main...
And he says that's going to be a huge problem. Huge problem.
Yeah.
There's lots of huge problems.
And he's not buying the thing that she panicked. And okay, she panicked. Okay, why didn't she go lock her door and go under the bed and call 911?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I have a big problem with
He's
that.
having a big problem with this case. He says that's going to be the best witness for the defense.
I'm just
Yeah.
like,
Riddler, who are you talking about? Who's having the big problem?
This guy is I don't want to give his name. He's a former prosecutor.
Oh,
Good
your
one.
friend. Okay, yeah,
He's
cool,
very
cool.
good.
No problem.
So he goes
cool.
in there and he says, so I asked him, I said, well, why do you think it took 8 hours for them and they call friends over? He goes, simple, they're cleaning the drugs up.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving them
It
to other
doesn't
people.
take,
Go carry
it
this
doesn't
back
take
over.
8 hours though, does it? Well, they're waiting for people to come pick them up or something.
I just
Yeah.
the 8-hour thing is what gets me.
I mean, how long does it take to carry a few boxes outside or a couple of little plastic bags?
Well, we don't know how much, or was there a lot of drinking? They're getting all the all the bottles up, or I mean, we don't know what happened. And maybe there was no drugs. Who knows? But
yeah.
Remember now, the cab driver. I heard this before. He says some of his clients will say, "Drop me off at that house. That's where we get drugs."
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Yeah, Lady V and I we go way back.
Yeah, we do.
But do we know if the driver really said that though?
Well, I've never seen his picture.
No, we don't.
Or his quote.
It was just somebody.
His name.
Yeah, just another one of those things.
So it was basically a source saying that he said that, I guess.
But maybe the toxicology report will tell what's in those systems.
Yeah.
What's in those the 3 females and the 1 male system.
Right. Because I don't. I think that's where they're going to try to, like Ann Taylor and this Eliza Masseth woman, the new attorney that's on the team. They're going to say that that's kind of contradictory. You see this man at 4:30 in the morning that scared you so bad that you're in a frozen shock phase and you go in your room and you lock your door, but then you don't call 911 until 8 hours later.
That doesn't make sense to me at all. I don't understand her.
Did she contact other people or try to contact other people? We don't know that. They'll be on the phone records, but
yeah, we don't know that.
Just went back in her room and went to bed.
All we know is a dead period from 4:30 in the morning until she calls somebody. That's the only thing we're told is she calls somebody to come over and check on Ethan. He won't wake up.
And that was earlier that morning.
And that's when his friend, I guess it was, came over. And then I guess he made the 911 call, I'm assuming. I don't know. Somebody had to make a 911 call.
Oh, they said that somebody.
They said the call was from one of the survivors' phones, but someone else did the talking, and it got passed around about the phone.
Yeah, they had to hand it off. Right.
Right.
And I read that as they came running out of the house. One of them passed out. The other one was like hysterical. They couldn't get sense out of it. It was hyperventilating and whatever.
But if you see I'm sorry, if you see a guy in your house at 4:30 in the morning dressed in black with a mask, and I looked at all the parties they had over there, nobody's wearing masks.
Thank you, Riddler. That's exactly what I was going to say.
And I know some people still today wear masks to go to the shopping centers, or that's their prerogative. But when I looked at those college kids on all their little parties, when the police went over there and said you're too loud,
there wasn't.
Nobody's wearing a mask. Nobody wears a mask to the football games when they got all them people in there.
Guy's got 2 slugs crawling across his forehead. You'd bring the cops, wouldn't you?
Right, but she could see the bushy eyebrows, and then he just walks on out, and then I guess she just goes on back in her room and shuts the door.
Like she had to have. In order to see the bushy eyebrows and the body, just describing the body and the height, like she had to have been looking at him long enough to process all of that and remember that. Like I said, I think it was last night I said this. I completely get that she heard probably no telling what before she saw this guy, and she possibly could have been scared. And then she sees this guy all in black with a black mask on. He could have had blood across the eye part of his face, like where his eyes were open or whatever. She could have seen that. He could have walked by her with a knife in his hand. it might have took it, some people see something like that and it scares them and they have to kind of like process what they've just seen and heard.
Right.
But 8 hours?
Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad you said that at the end.
I don't think
I always went back to that lady with Richard Speck, but there were no phones. Nowadays it's just, we constantly have our phones with us, and I just can't, because that was what I was like, okay, I can understand her being, in a frozen panic. I can understand that.
Right.
But then for them to wait 8 hours and then become hysterical after, I would think, I don't know. That's just weird to me.
Just last week, I had a garter snake. He was crawling between my 2 feet. Now, he might as well have been a 10-foot cobra when I saw him. And I jumped back, and then, all right, so I panic in a frozen state. It wasn't a minute later, I was okay, now I'm all right. But it startled me.
Right. Yeah. I can completely get that, but 8 hours, I don't think there's going to be any excuse that she's going to be able to come up with it. It took her 8 hours to make that 911 call.
I think she might have been inebriated either fully or halfly. And maybe was woken up by sounds and wasn't quite processing. This would be the defense she'll put up, I think. But she wasn't quite processing what happened. And then when she saw the guy walk out, she sort of thought, did I see that? Didn't I see it? I'm so tired, I don't know. I'm so wasted, I don't know. I go back to bed and didn't wake up till 11:57 or something.
Well, the defense is going to subpoena her phone records.
Oh,
and she called Bethany downstairs and says, hey, look, I try to call Zana and I try to call the other 2 girls, but yet I don't call 911.
Yeah, and like Talk is saying, I'm not buying the frozen fear for 8 hours, especially considering that other people were called before 911.
Yeah.
It's just, I have a hard problem with it.
It's not believable.
It's the one thing that everyone has a problem with not everyone, because some people don't. Some people, and I do believe it's plausible that, someone in fear of their life could hide out if they got overlooked somehow. And she's seen him walking out.
But do you think she would have what? Okay, so no. What do you think that she?
I don't think you're gonna wait 8 hours to figure it out. No.
That is if I had to ask 1,000 people, and I think Jay Clark asked this in chat one night. What is the number one question you have in this case? I think if you ask 1,000 people that question, it's going to be the 8-hour gap.
Absolutely, no question in my mind.
I think that would be number one over the motive, or who was the target.
I've seen many a chat, and it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming how many people think that he for sure did it, and it's also overwhelming that the 8-hour gap is the one thing that both sides agree that not necessarily that there's more to it, but that it's
odd,
iffy,
and
odd, and all of that.
I think if we do get to listen to this trial, whether we get to actually see it or not, just the audio, I think that is going to be the one thing that everybody's going to be listening for, is the reason for the 8-hour gap. And if there was actually people at that house before 911 was called. Because we still don't know 1,000% if that is true. We do know that Kaylee's mom said that her niece called around 1-ish or whatever. But you also have to look at the fact that at the time that she said that, were they still in shock over what has happened to their daughter? Could she have possibly gotten the times wrong? Could it have been earlier or even possibly later? So was it really 1 o'clock? Possibly.
Look at the changes. Look at the changes between police reports and the PCA alone. Right. Originally it was 3 to 4 a.m. Originally, both of the surviving roommates slept all night.
And see, I have a problem with the 3 to 4 and then them changing it to 4 to 5. And this is why. whenever that, okay, so they're claiming in the PCA that Dylan and Bethany both made statements that everybody was home by 2:00 and in their rooms, asleep or at least in their rooms by 4:00. Okay, so that would have been given to the police by Bethany and Dylan more than likely November the 13th when they were first interviewed. Why would they come out and say if the kids were all in their rooms or at least asleep by 4:00? Why would they say that the murders happened between 3 and 4 to begin with?
And on that note, the DoorDash arrived at 4 a.m.
I mean, the cops would have knew all of this from the jump. Now, I do get them saying that both of the surviving roommates were asleep on the first floor, and they slept through the whole thing. They could have been saying that to protect them at the time because they did not know who did this and they didn't want to take a chance on that person trying to come after them. I completely understand that. But
yeah, they could have.
At that point,
that's deep, though. That's deep.
Why even bring up that there was survivors in the house? Why even mention that? If you're asked about that,
them,
right?
You mean?
Yeah,
I agree.
Because if you're having a press conference and you're allowing the media to ask you questions, and somebody's let's just say I'm there and I'm a media for YouTube, and I'm like, okay, so was there any other people in the house besides the 4 victims? And if they're trying to protect 2 survivors, then why not just say no? There was nobody else in the house,
and probably put them in protective custody immediately.
right? Because at that time, the police, they really don't have to be truthful with the public. No, because at that time, it's not like it's a PCA that is you're under oath in that PCA of what you said.
A legal document, correct.
Right? So just say no. And if it gets brought out that, okay, well, there was 2 other people or 3 other people on the lease, and we know that at least 2 of them was living there, then you just stick with it. They wasn't there. That's why even say, yeah, they were there. They were asleep on the first floor and they slept through the whole thing, because then that makes it look not possible with 4 people in the same house being murdered. It kind of throws the survivors under the bus a little bit.
Well, and then they say she said at first she thought it was the dog. They were playing with the dog. But then she said that she heard Kaylee say that there was somebody in the house, and she heard Santa crying and all of that. So
yeah, didn't she open the door 3 times?
Yeah, I know, at least twice.
Yeah. So I think it's 3 times in the PCA, if that's true. The other thing is, we're all going by the PCA as being 100% fact.
It has to be 100% fact. It's a legal document, and the officer that done it is under oath in it.
Yeah, and there's my argument.
And there's also the Brady Giglio issues that we don't really know where they come from for sure.
They've done dodgy stuff before. That's why they're under those investigations. So to say the PCA is 100% accurate is questionable.
I would like to know what she told the police or the investigator. Okay, ma'am, you said you saw him at 4:35 right here. He had bushy eyebrows. He's wearing a black mask and a black outfit, and he walks out. So what happens next, ma'am?
I'm
trying to get to the 911 call.
Right.
I just went back to bed and went to sleep.
What was the story there?
And what was right the next day? No, we don't believe the 2 roommates had anything to do with this. There's somewhere where the police chief or the captain says that they had no involvement in it.
Right. And this is another thing that I was thinking about. Dylan, in the PCA, it says that Dylan said that she thought she heard Kaylee say there's someone here.
Right.
So it would make sense if Kaylee says that, then it wasn't somebody that Kaylee knew, because if it would have been, Kaylee would have been like, oh, so-and-so's here.
Exactly. Right.
but that also meant that Kaylee had to have been awake at the time of the attack, because you have the coroner coming out and saying that they were attacked in their sleep. Well, how could Kaylee be asleep if she's saying someone is here?
Do you remember what time that was off the top of your head, roughly?
It would have been between 4:04 and 4:20.
Right.
When Dylan opened her door. Well, she says that she was woke up at 4:00 by what she thought she heard was Kaylee playing with her dog. And then she thought she heard Kaylee say someone is here. And that's when she opened her door the first time.
And that's when the DoorDash was supposed to be arriving at 4 a.m.
And then they said that it also could have been Xana, because Xana was on her TikTok at 4:12. Well,
right.
But 4:00, Dylan's woke up by Kaylee playing with a dog and Kaylee saying someone's here. That's
right.
That's 12 minutes before.
Right.
Yeah, it would be nice to know if she was like actually, like filming herself on TikTok, or whether she was just looking through videos, because anyone could look through videos.
Right. And it's some of the stuff, the timeline doesn't add up. It just, there's too many different things happening at the same time.
Well, see, here's what I'm trying to figure out also. If that bag, that's a Jack in the Box bag, right, in the kitchen that we see a picture of?
Yeah.
What time did that get placed there?
I don't know. We don't even know for sure if that's even from that night. We just know
been the night before.
Yeah, all we know is that it was delivered there, or Xana went to a Jack in the Box and picked it up, and it could have been like a pre-order or something like that, and she just ran by and grabbed it, and they had her name on it. It could have been from that night. It could have been from another night. We don't know.
So is DoorDash not mentioned in the PCA?
Yeah, it's mentioned in the PCA that she got a DoorDash delivery at 4:00.
Then she didn't pick it up.
No, I'm talking about the bag. He's talking about the bag that
he's seeing.
That's in the picture, because we don't know if that bag is from that DoorDash delivery. It could have been.
But there's definitely a delivery at 4 a.m. from DoorDash of some kind.
Yeah, that's a female driver.
And so that for sure means that, if the PCA timeline is accurate, that nothing, well, actually, I guess we don't know for sure that nothing happened at that point for certain, because like I said, if she's not filming herself making a TikTok video, and she's simply looking through videos, and the phone is unlocked, anyone could be looking at those videos, and anyone could have ordered that DoorDash as well.
Right.
If her information was already inputted in for payment.
Well, I think too, if she could hear Kaylee say there's somebody here, and she could hear the person saying to Xana, I'm here to help you, or whatever it was he said, she could definitely hear all the thudding and things like that the neighbor's camera picked up.
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't she call then?
I think everything right at the 4 a.m. hour, if the DoorDash was truly delivered at that time, and there is definitely a timestamp on that delivery, I can assure you of that, the time that they marked it.
Oh, yeah.
Especially so if you hand it to the person, there's a little tab that says handed to the customer, and you click it, mm-hmm. and then I think the person ordering it might confirm that or something. I'm not even sure, to be honest.
And
another thing.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Another thing that bothers me is the fact that when the girls came back from their night out, and we don't know if they were together or not, they were just out, Bethany and Dylan. When they came back, they caught them on the camera. So did it catch the other kids when they came in? And if so, if he went through the area that they say he went through, why didn't it pick him up on the camera?
We don't. The only thing we know that it got of him allegedly is the car, and that's just it passing on the road. if they would have went through the front door, like Dylan and Bethany, whenever they got home, or even the other kids when they got home, I'm pretty sure they were on the camera.
Everything that came in that driveway or near the driveway.
But if he went through, like if he, where I was showing on the map earlier, if he went around and went up on the little road between the girls' house and the apartment building and went to that back parking lot,
that's what
there's probably not a camera picking anything up back there.
Yeah, that's what I would have done.
And also, when you do the contactless delivery, which Betty Jo mentioned, which is like normally how it goes down since the C thing. In that case, in order for it to be delivered, you take a picture of it sitting on the porch or wherever it's placed, and then you send that in to DoorDash, and then the order becomes complete. So either way, there'll be an exact timestamp of when. Maybe not if it was handed to them, but if it was placed without contact, then the picture would be the timestamp for when it actually was there. You know.
I wanted to say, Kim Chai, I totally, if I'm giving the impression that I have no feelings for the girls at all, that they're survivors, that's wrong. I feel horrible for them. I can't imagine what it would be like. And I'm sure their survivor's guilt is just very hard to, I don't know if I could live with that guilt myself.
Right.
We're just really kind of trying to put the timeline to it. And there has to be something we're missing in that 8 hours that we don't know about.
Well, provided that they have zero involvement in any of this, then, I pray for them regardless, but, okay, I do, sometimes we make mistakes in life and we learn from it,
right.
And that's maybe a bigger mistake to have made on a moral level or whatever, but
maybe she was
when you have fight or flight, there's one decision or the other.
Wasn't quite sure what was happening.
I mean, it's something they have to live with for the rest of their life, honestly. And it's
the last thing they need is JLR chasing them around.
Boy, that's the truth.
I definitely don't.
He took photos of his sister and called it her and posted them on his channel. So,
wow.
That's the last thing is that sort of stuff, and that's why the gag order is in place. I think because of people like him.
And Kim, I didn't think you were directly saying that directly to me. I saw it and I just thought, the way we're talking sometimes can sound cold and calloused, and that's not at all how.
Well, you got to remember, when you get in a courtroom, it's law enforcement, not feelings enforcement. And that's what true. They have to go with science, facts, and these timelines, and we're all confused. What happened in that 7.5 to 8 hours?
Well, when you're in fear of your life, and you don't think there's anything that you can really do to change that outcome, then the option is, flight, or hunkering down and hiding out in a cabinet.
Well, there's 3 things you do in life. It's fight, freeze, or flight. But I'll tell you something else that's got me bothered. And he brought this up to me. There was something strong enough in that subpoena before it got evidently squashed, I guess. What did Bethany see? But yet it's not in the police report, right? That we're seeing. What's that called? The PCA?
Yeah.
They kept everything from her statements out of that.
All of her stuff's out.
They collected certain parts of the other survivors.
And the defense saw something in there that was eye-catching. They carry it to the judge in Idaho. That judge in Idaho goes through a process where it goes to Nevada. Nevada agrees with the judge in Idaho and says, you got to go up there. And then they were able to work it out where she don't have to go up there, but she still, last I heard, she still has to get interviewed by the defense.
I mean, here's another point too. When Dylan saw him, he was leaving. So if she knows he's leaving, I mean, I would assume she heard the door or whatever shut. If she's standing right there, then if she knows she's leaving again, why not call 911? And you can text 911 if you can't talk. You can text them.
Yeah, but the PCA says that he was leaving.
If she saw the house on fire, would she call 911?
I'd really like to say I don't blame them for hiding, but yes, I believe that 8 hours is definitely, you know.
Yeah.
Like he told me, he says that would be the worst part for me, and it's going to be the best part for the defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's going to have to explain that, and you know, her being scared, you can't blame her for that. It's just I think a lot of people have, especially if there was other people called and they were at the house before 911, especially a couple of hours before 911 was called.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if someone is, if you know someone that is that messed up in the head is in your house, I mean, and like if you don't have some available means to try to deal with that, you know, I even thought of the fact, you know, maybe, although like most of us, me, I guess, and I feel like I think we had a little general consensus, maybe even last night about it, that, you know, most people keep their phones within reaching distance.
Right.
You know. Okay, so you hear a big noise, you hear something, there's something dodgy going on. You open the door, you have a look around, you don't see anything. Actually, you open the door and you yell out, "You guys keep it down." I think that's what the first thing she does. You yell out, it says something like she told them to shut up or something. Then she shuts the door. A few minutes later, or a few moments later, another noise, and then she looks out, whatever, you know. Then the third time she looks out, she sees someone walk past. Then she does nothing about it and goes to sleep.
And the PCA also says that they directly use their phones to figure out the timeline too, right?
Yes. It was the forensic download of Dylan and Bethany's phone, along with their statements, led police to believe that the murders happened between 4 o'clock and 4:25.
Yeah, so something was happening with their phones or something.
What time did the Ring camera next door pick them up?
The last time the car was seen going to the house, and this was during the whole three-point turn.
The thudding and all of that.
4:17. Xana was on TikTok at 4:12, and the camera less than 50 feet away from the outside of Xana's room picked up the dog like whimpering, a loud thud, and a dog could also be heard barking.
Poor little Murphy. I bet he was scared to death too.
Yeah. We don't really know.
I mean, Betty Joe, we're not really trying to drag him through the mud, I don't think. I think that we're just trying to make sense of how that's even possible.
Yeah, I mean, I completely get being scared.
And
this is something that Dylan and Bethany both, no matter what they heard or what they seen, they're going to have to live with it for the rest of their life. That they were in a house where 4 murders happened of their friends.
So without fault, all they have to do is just stand up in the witness stand and say exactly what happened as they remember it, and there's no problem. It might be harrowing and emotional for them to you know.
Oh yeah, it's when they get on that
killed, but you know if they got nothing to hide, that's all they have to do. They start pleading the fifth, it's over.
It's going to be super, and it's going to be super emotional for them to get on the stand and have to relive that again.
You know, and it may make perfect sense when they get on the stand.
Right.
We may be going, oh, well, that's why they didn't say anything about it, because
very true.
The only problem, and I don't think and we're not blaming Dylan or Bethany. It's just mostly people are wanting what the 8-hour thing. That's where I think people are having the problem at.
I think she was just wasted, drunk, wasn't
and that could have been
what was happening, what she was seeing, and in the morning she should probably have blurred memories of it, And when it all went down and she got in front of to make a statement or was interviewed at the scene or whatever, it was all a bit of a jumbled mess, and the police just took a few things out of it and put that in the PCA.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this on their behalf. It seemed to me that that Mr. Gonzalez was pretty comfortable with them not having something to do with it. So.
Yeah.
Well, Leah keeps
true.
saying to have him talk to Dylan. That would be scary.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to do that.
No, I don't think
it's a huge conspiracy if they're involved, because they would have had evidence on them and all that sort of stuff, and it would have been pretty obvious, probably. And so they would have to be accessories or something like that, and that's a pretty far-fetched.
Yeah, I really don't think that.
Does he still have private detectives or private eyes investigating?
He still has his attorney. I don't know about any PIs or anything like that.
Okay.
I had heard that they hired a really good one.
Need one. His daughter's pretty good at it.
Yeah, she found the ring camera that showed that the girls got home at 1:56 instead of whatever time it was that they had in the beginning that they got home.
And I think they talked to Olivia because Kaylee was a fan of hers.
Yes.
And so they talked to her about it. So, I mean, it sounds like her and her sister are probably interested in true crime too.
Mm-hmm.
So Dylan and Bethany, they got home together at 1:56?
According to the PCA, Dylan and Bethany were out in the community that night, out separately. It has been said that Dylan was at the football game, and in the PCA it says that Bethany was at the Sigma Chi house at the frat party they were having, and that she also seen Ethan and Xana there. Now it says that her and Dylan both arrived home at 1:00. But then it goes on to say that Bethany stated that she saw Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house from 8 p.m. on November the 12th to 1:45 on November the 13th. So how can it be that if she was home at 1:00, she seen Xana and Ethan at the Sigma Chi house at 1:45? That's what I'm talking about. There's like the way they worded the PCA, it's not, the timelines are not adding up, and it's almost like they're trying to throw Dylan and Bethany under the bus.
Yeah, it is.
It's what it seems like. And I'm not saying that what Dylan and Bethany is saying is a lie. It's just the way that the PCA is portraying it. It's like they're the law enforcement are trying to do that.
Well, maybe they're saying 1:45 because isn't that whenever Xana and
Ethan got back home?
Yeah, and Haley and.
But also, according to Xana's dad, he talked to her at midnight, and Xana said that her and Ethan were at home watching a movie.
That's so weird.
It's like and that's not in the PCA, but it's like that's putting Xana in two places at the same time.
Where does the dad live? What city?
He's in Arizona.
Yeah, Leah Gonzalez. It was an interview that I saw, and he alluded to the point that he said that he was talking to one of them and someone else was talking to the other.
One. Yeah. And now he didn't say which one of them he was talking to. Just that,
no, he did not.
So is he on Mountain Time or Pacific Time in Arizona? I think that's Mountain Time, isn't it?
I think so.
So he's an hour off from them.
So his 12
He's an hour faster.
Yeah, he would be an hour ahead. So his 12 o'clock would have been Xana's 1 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, yes. I'm going backwards. So, yeah. So he says he talked to her at midnight, and she told him that she was at home. Her and her boyfriend were at home watching movies.
Now, it's possible that the other girls didn't realize they were home.
Leah, I hear you, Leah.
Well, I don't know. Because
if they're in the bedroom watching TV, her and Ethan, it could be that they didn't realize they were home.
But how could
she have seen the other ones?
How could Bethany see them at the frat house at 1:45?
Yeah, I don't know.
From 8 to 1:45.
I don't know.
It's like it's how they've got it. Like if one don't check out, then the other one will. You know what I'm saying? Like if
Right.
one way we have it stated in the PCA doesn't work, then we'll go with the other one. Which they can't do that legally, but that's kind of what it seems like.
Yeah, and I think that's where the time change came from 3 to 4 to 4 to 5 because of the DoorDash
and TikTok. Yeah.
And the vehicle sightings and the phone pings.
Yeah.
You know, like without that timeline change, what is there besides that sheath to say anything about the guy that's
about it being Bryan?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is true.
And another thing that I haven't had a chance to mention, but I've been thinking about it, is, there's some interviews with Mr. Gonzalez that I had never seen until just the other day when there was these time discrepancies, and when people found out and all that. One of the things that he says in that interview is that the points of I believe, to be specific, the points of damage didn't match.
Different weapons.
Yeah.
I mean, that's suggestive of I don't know, either it being much worse or something different. And in the PCA, it says sharp force trauma for Ethan, and it says they more or less describe. Steve Gonzalez just describes it as puncture wounds.
Mm-hmm.
And the other description sounded like very, very large lacerations, and
gashes.
Yeah, exactly. And ones that they would not have survived from, by the way.
Right.
Which also kind of, exonerates the girls, in my opinion, on whether they could have prevented anything by calling 911 even.
Well, it's not preventing anything, it's reporting it. Scarlett, it's like 4 minutes or 5 minutes before my internet's going to be wacky, so I may fall off, or I may
Okay, and that's fine, because I'm going to be ending it here in a few minutes, so that'll, if it happens, I'll know what happened to you.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight before that happens, so...
Okay.
It was nice talking with you all. God bless. I love you.
Yes.
And you guys have a fantastic day.
All right. Well,
likewise,
thank you.
Lady V.
Thank you, Scarlett.
Good night, Lady V.
You're
still
welcome.
single since the start of the podcast. I'm still single.
Good night, everyone.
Prosser game Moscow is Pacific time.
But yeah, I mean, like, if there's different, I think Tony was just saying, maybe it's different weapons, maybe it's even more than one person.
There's a problem when the coroner's statement said that the wounds didn't match. The wounds were from a weapon that was larger than the weapon from the sheath. So that to me means there's two weapons, or two assassins, or the sheath has nothing to do with it. Or
it's not the sheath to the weapon that was used, correct? Yeah, that does kind of make sense. But I will say, for everyone else that that doesn't agree, like, why wouldn't he be turning state's evidence if there was someone else involved? And someone was telling me in a chat the other day, so I don't know if it's true or not, but they said that there was an interview with Kohberger's first lawyer from Pennsylvania, where he stated that he never stated about asking if others were arrested. And that's been a really big question of mine that I've brought up every time I've been on here at some point. because if that is indeed the case, I don't see any benefit to saying that unless it's true. Right. Number one, because you're busting yourself out when you could just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, if you're the guy that did it, I feel like those would be the first words out of my mouth, like, I don't know what you're talking about, like,
for sure. And I even wondered in the beginning, whenever that came out, if he was talking about maybe his parents, because he was at their house and all that. But then I also thought, well, is he talking about somebody else that's involved?
That's usually what a defense attorney, not the victim, will say. And I agree with you. He should have just kept his mouth shut. The defense attorney will say, do y'all have anybody else arrested?
Right.
And if they say, well, we're looking at someone right now, he says, well, why aren't you looking at them instead of wasting time here with us?
Right.
And if he says no, he says, oh, so you're singling in on my my associate here, my
client.
My client.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you speak to any lawyer on earth, they will tell you that you shouldn't even talk to them if you're receiving a speeding ticket.
No, because anything that you say can and will be used against you.
Exactly.
Right. And
now ask yourself if Bryan's smart enough to know that.
And Supreme Court has backed up that police can lie.
Right.
Except for when they're under oath in a courtroom.
Police never tell a lie. They're like Dave and Kim.
I really would like to know if he really said that or not.
Yeah,
I've heard that he was interviewed from 5 to 15 minutes before he hollered lawyer, but I don't know if that's true either.
How would you like to be sitting in the cell across from him? Now that'd be something. Be able to talk to him.
Well, have y'all heard that he has a neighbor now in the solitary part of the jail? There's like 4 cells that's in the solitary confinement part of the Latah County Jail where he's at, and he was the only one in there. Well, allegedly, there is a guy that is in jail. He AR'd a girl back in November of 2021. She was a 15-year-old homeless girl from Moscow. She had put out a thing on Snapchat needing a ride to South Idaho to pick a friend up to come back to Moscow. And this guy...
Where's this from?
There's an article about it, and the guy's he's in the Latah County Jail right now. And so he answers the girl back, he picks her up, and then he ends up assaulting her in his car. And it was turned into police. Well, he ended up fleeing the area, and they arrested him not long ago, and now he is sitting in Latah County Jail. And it's been said that he is also in solitary confinement next to Bryan.
Well, I do know for a fact that they find out ways to communicate even if they're not allowed to. That I can speak to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mean from personal experience, but a friend of mine, quite literally, I'm not even kidding. But
they'll holler through the toilets, the pipings,
vents and stuff like that. And
we talked with POWs, and they would tell us they would use a Morse code.
I seriously doubt
than a Morse code, but they would tap every night to each other while they were in Vietnam, the Hanoi Hilton.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tonka. I don't think he's talking to the guy, but there is allegedly a guy. The guy is not prison, but in the jail for that crime. That is his charge. But Bryan is probably not talking to him.
I guarantee he's almost a get out of jail free ticket if he did.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen it where they'll put a police officer in your cell, and if you can go look him up on the internet, he's got a fake internet where he was arrested. He lived at this apartment, and this crime happened.
Oh, yeah, they'll have a whole rap sheet for him.
Right. They'll have everything down, so when he gets checked out by the gang, they'll say, "Yeah, he's legit."
Yeah, that show. What is it called? Where they put the undercovers just like normal citizens off the street, and they'll volunteer to go into the jail, and then they come back and report to like the sheriff or what's going on in the jail. What is that show called? I can't think of the name of it now.
How do I spell neighbor?
Oh, I can't think of the name of it now, but it was like several seasons of it where they would get just everyday people would volunteer to go undercover into these jails, and they would have like their own. They would give them a story that they would have to tell.
60 Days In.
Yes,
perhaps.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah, they would give them a whole complete story of what they did, and that way that somebody asks you, this is the story that you tell. It's crazy. All right, y'all. Well, I think I'm fixing to end it here for the night. And it's already after 3 a.m.
All right. Well, it was great chatting and think tanking.
For sure. Thank y'all for coming up. It's been another good chat.
Yeah. Good night and God bless everyone. And I definitely, as I like to say all the time, I pray that the families get the what closure they can from some real justice wherever that leads, whether it's just Bryan alone or there was other people or not or anything. I hope that it all comes out and that they can know the truth of hopefully even why.
For sure.
Yeah.
Because, even the motive hasn't came out yet.
Yeah. And God bless everyone.
All right. Thank you. You too. Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. It's been a pleasure and an honor.
You're welcome, and thank you for coming up. And I hope you have a wonderful night as well.
Good night, everyone.
All right, Tony, you have a good day. All right, y'all. Well, I'm fixing to get out of here. If y'all haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up on your way out. It's showing that right now we have 248 people in here, and with only 164 likes. So if y'all would just hit the thumbs up on your way out. Lady V, you have a good night. Leah, have a good night. J Lord, you have a good night as well. So I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming up. All the panel guests, everyone hanging out in chat. Thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. I hope y'all have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.